Welcome everyone to another live stream here on the Linux Startups Development channel. I hope you're live and seeing stuff, and welcome everyone to our nearly daily work here on things. As usual, starting probably with the morning updates and then RISC-V and things. We probably should build the kernel today. First update things. Alright, that turns it on. Did not turn it on. Did not turn it on. Various machines, various updates. The only substitute for computers is more computers, except those that were a mistake. Welcome everyone. Hi, welcome. How are you doing today? Why is it still potentially maybe posting? So updates. Actually, we could. What do we do? Okay, we could. Oh, here we are up. It's not already written on up. Each time the thing here. Don't delay. Don't buy AMD Ryzen stuff. Not booting things today. Also, what's this price doing? Need performance, right? What's the thing doing? Was it too right? Dual edition thing. Product prices. What did we accept? Nothing. Scanco UK. Not yet amazingly listed. I don't know what's with those companies here. Market so strange. So AI market that probably don't buy it launch day. Yeah, we obviously not rich enough anymore. Startup. Okay, YOLO. Random things not amazing. So we should rebuild Firefox. Is it built yesterday? Oops. That one and that one. Welcome everyone. So those two builds, and I guess we could power up on our RISC-V system, for which we probably should build the kernel too. We want to test viewer T2 user patch. Use German layout? No, not currently. I used for 30 years. Recently switched to international English, but I nearly only switched because this keyboard has. I basically it reduced my productivity for a month until my fingers. I knew international English somewhat, but who couldn't switch? Well, I could switch. Since I'm 8, I knew the US English layout because the PC BIOS always defaulted to it, right? So basically, in general, I learned that since I'm 8, and like basically each time I work on low-level Linux things and didn't fully boot yet and stuff, so I used it sometimes for some low-level things a bit. I just wasn't fluid, right? It's just, couldn't switch. That's skill issue. Yeah, it was less efficient to type for a week or two, but now I got used to it too. It's also like, I always gave some shit for having difficulty switching Linux, difficulties using Linux. Yeah, I switched from Finnish to US like 5 years ago. It took like 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean it took 2 weeks to get like 100 words per minute stuff, right? But welcome everyone. So, right, actually we should here start gold, super things, all the colors, vcode here for donations, all the colors, support our thing, 3 hours code, let's go. So that IP is, oops, there it was. We could do various things today. We should verify that the kernel sources we got actually are buildable and result in a working kernel. We could also I would be curious to know, okay, let's first, because this K3 has 2 CPU clusters with different, like for AI acceleration, different, or like testing and toying and stuff with AI acceleration. The second cluster has a different vector width and maybe other clocking characteristics, I don't know. Because we have this A100 and they are slightly different. So that's here. Are those even correct, or is that wrong? Are they just outputting? Maybe I'm not sure if that's even correct. But they're also somehow inactive. I don't know what they've done here in the kernel, that they're not being scheduled. They're intentionally not scheduled because they have at least a different vector width. What are they called? X100? X1? It's at least the vector math. Strong thin single thread wire core utilize ultra wide vectors, Ethernet matrix operation. Big optimized standard OS applications, features 256 bits, feature massive 124-bit vector units, RVV1.0. And the X100 and this one I support hypervisor extension does not. That's not a main deal for me. Delivers superior single core 9, are faster for specialized workloads like tens operation, but slower in prompt processing. Both typically run. This one issues 4 issue out of order while focuses on parallel compute. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't waste our time with this really, and thank you for your 3-month support. That is amazing. So currently, due to this, like if a task would change the core, it would crash and burn, at least in the vector stuff and other custom extensions. I wonder though, I wonder how much performance we would get if we would use the second cluster for general compute. But that's also, we shouldn't waste our time too much with random exotic things. So that's, wait, why does this not have, oh, maybe because I didn't reload it. This was suspended overnight. Oh yeah, look at that. Actually works. So Then Discord things. It, if someone wants some homework and contribute, you could check if there is a zig pull request branch for LVM something, because now we grow and grow. Like now literally just managing all the GitHub influx is becoming a full-time job. And people like, what about zig? Or zig, or whatever you want to pronounce this stuff. Weather alarm? What do you mean weather alarm? It's sunny. Warning for frost? Weather, no, warning for frost. It's bloody sunny. Like, what's Google doing? Whole effect. Like, how did people survive before smartphone? Warning for frost in effect from Wednesday, 12 a.m. CST to Wednesday. Like, why? Like, what's Google, what's Silicon Valley doing? And how dare it become 0 in the night? We will all die. Like, due modern smartphone shit. Why is this? It's for warning for frost in the night. That's what geniuses are stopped for, interrupted for these days. Man, can't make this stupid shit. Don't delay. Switch to T2 smartphones today. So, Biscuit. So let's see. Andre says we should test. So we shall test. Appreciates this work. Next, we should actually, we should do so much things. I need a media empire. I need to make more proper videos. We need a Linus Tech Tips scale operation here. Because we should test this ARM emulated Steam gaming stuff to actually fully work. Because now I don't know which files were deleted by, but oh, we shouldn't do it precisely like this. So Andre, if you're here, we sometimes got in trouble with Repology for, I mean, we never did it just like this, but even the not as stuff we did, Repology totally freaked out. Like we were blacklisted on Repology for less things than this here. And then either, so this download needs a new ID, otherwise it doesn't download. So we could do it like that, or without this version. Welcome, hello everyone. The question is, we also need, like, we need to work on some polishing. This build, while I vastly improved the build output the last years, the currently fully partly broke made it a little bit worse. Which actually polished this, because now that we become so more known, it's a little bit embarrassing that our build output is so broken now. Oh, there's LLVM update. Okay, we do this actually. Yeah, only live on this channel. The #1 Linux startup here, European digital self-reliance. Welcome, welcome, come all in. Nothing much to see here, but what's to see is hopefully amazingly great. Why is this clean stuff not so clean? What have I done here? Did I... Probably did run this wrong once upon a time. And what did I wanted to do? I wanted to update LLVM. I think I renamed this recently. What is the version now? What was the version? Oh, 1. I was close, but here I was close. Nothing like some LLVM update in the morning. Very theoretically, we should also test ROCm. The last major ROCm update actually didn't fully test. Yeah, a little bit multitasking, right? Like, actually, you know what? We need more clickbait. 10x engine. Linux coder, heavy multitasking, need clickbait, only substitute for clickbait is more clickbait. We need views. The only substitute for views is more views. The only substitute for advertising revenue is more advertising, more ads. What's Chris, by the way, doing these days? I hope Chris didn't grow boring of T2 Linux yet. While we watch this stuff paint dry, let's move that here. Wait, this is that. This is still updating. What's Biscuit doing? Biscuit. Okay, maybe that's to be expected because maybe we deleted. We could even. Where do we have NASM? Do we have this here? Yes, we have. What was Biscuit? Was this RISC-V? Should have put it into runtime. What were the others? Something with set right side is. What was, did I move Biscuit? Core inside this Biscuit. Let's. Gee, we need to force this because uninstallation of Felix deleted some files. Then multitasking. What's this stuff doing? Probably fine. Pity we just yesterday built and released. But that's the difference. I mean, at this rate, kinda GCC was still my favorite, but at this rate, like LVM Klangsoon becomes my favorite. Because like, that is what I meant yesterday. I said like, it is absolutely inappropriate. One could even say it's neglectance of GCC Free Software Foundation of not releasing updates for 6 or whatever months, right? I mean, this is how you do it. In the times like GCC people didn't release any update, GCC released LLVM Clang project released a major version and like monthly updates, right? Like that's how you're doing it. What I asked yesterday is not unreasonable. We even had to import an LTO hotfix because it kept segmentation faulting GCC. I mean, I probably not mark this untested because probably fine, and marking everything untested. So basically it is untested, but probably fine. We need to make our stuff look better. It's basically fine. Hello, how are you doing today? Oops. This is just, yeah, morning update 30 minutes, right? Maintaining a Linux distribution. But nothing much to see here, just some quality Linux engineering. Then we were doing multiple things. Okay, Firefox is still foxing. How are you? A little bit overworked, but that's probably good. Happy to hear you are fine. Here is some warning things of maybe that didn't have the proper site is installed potentially, hopefully only because previously it was building. I wonder how long LLVM Clang would build on this here though. That's basically untested because not my department. Just helping other people using it with having the metadata already. Yeah, I mean it's so 10x engineering things, multiple energy efficient things powered up. We're working here on last gen Ryzen 1750X, building Firefox and stuff, X1 Elite, Qualcomm ARM64, doing other update things, even Ryzen 1550X doing data auto update things, and then RISC-V. It's like, how many threads are this? So that's 32, 64, that's 12, 64, 76, that is some 8 active, 100 threads at your finger. Epic thread ripping, thread Ryzen here. If this untested stuff triggers you, I mean, I'm just honest with most things here. Just LLVM Clang probably usually works. So probably 200 gigs of memory active. If this untested stuff triggers someone, that's not my department, right? You're invited to do some homework, adopt some package, put your name on it, like test build it, put your name on it and stuff, or test build it and fix it and stuff. So what are other builds building? Firefox is still foxing around, and so this is not building though. Why would that be? Build manually specified. Warning, Inamo, is this, or does it fail due to what? Warning? Error, old as A, but was declared in the scope in function bool. Check extension signal. Was not declared in this scope. Did I miss something? Did build yesterday. what is that for? For this externalization? Why are there not? I mean, it surely doesn't work with this commented out, right? Well, why do you need to do that? Then you should rather pull their specific Andre, probably not yet here. I guess I wait for I commit the rest already. I ended up here by accident, but I like it. Reminds me of fixing errors when compiling from FreeBSD. Yes, T2 is basically the most BSD port Linux that, and much. I mean, FreeBSD is amazing, of course. Maybe the second best operating system after T2 Linux, because our package things are so much more low code, right, and not like it's BSD port stuff probably still makefile based and things. At least they were. So basically this one. I mean, this might be. I would rather we check the matching commit things for Thigh core and stuff. Should have done this yesterday. So sci-dis is disassembler and code generation, and what is this core thing? Sci is sci-dis, sci-core. Okay. Ah, wait, that's also wrong. I wonder how performant that is. Where are those? Are this not proper? Oh, here, finished building that. Yay. Oh, wait, that's wrong. Yes, that is wrong. Where are those? Are these not like proper externals? Oh, look at this. They modify that. They additionally modify here things. It's funny how they even import box and fax. Um, Happy to hear that. Fast editing, YAML, Vim. And I'm using not even the most Vim, but mostly multitasking different tasks. Wait, what did I... Okay, this Felix is not the most important. Let's multitask you to the next updates. Did I cache? Fine. Some cache update. Probably fine, hopefully, whatever. Got to go happy clicking. Thank you. Have a good day and thanks for stopping by. Thanks for all your shares, likes, subscribes and recommendations to friends and family. Okay, so that's the ARM thing for today. This is what we... Minor update with Firefox. Then good, then I guess we modify the version number to what was the last we built for RISC-V. 20 what actually wait which image did I maybe I did not install no, that is RVA32 RVA23 because the only problem is we can't I wonder if this enables glibc vector extensions. I cannot change the kernel to enable those course then. Okay, why do I not have... Ah, because it's here. Here is it. There is it is. Okay, 23. I guess we want to build a new one soon, but for now... This needs to rejoin config though. Let's first try to build our own kernel for further modifications. And then the question is, do we want an RVA23 build on that? I mean, now we tested it works on real hardware. I had no doubt it works on real hardware, but now we tested it works on real hardware. Given it works on real hardware, maybe we should do an RVA22 or so build without vector extension. Also, we don't need the rest of that. Because then CPAR whatever V. Do we have their config? We probably should have their config, right? Should we? Config generic, this here should be the config they built with. Biscuit fails for me. Given that we can't, Biscuit, your updated Biscuit already fails for me, but I committed it anyway. Maybe we should revert this partial update, and we should. I then checked the git checkout, and they have at least one AVX commit on Biscuit. So I guess we need to change it to statically link their custom Biscuit and can revert the partial update thing there of things. I wonder why they don't build just with that one. Why is this one here? On what does this depend that this is? Government. Okay, but YOLO. Not really liking this the most. Default. Where's default? I want get you to. That's all I'm going to change for now. We need to modify an extra version. So is the 6.18.3, is that what we are running from there? .6.18.3, yes, that's what they are running. We could try to incremental patch this slightly forward. Was it 6.18, right? Incremental patch. Oh shit. Let's just see if it applies. Because I need a different version anyway, then we can also ship with some small. What did they say? 3 or 4? 3. Let's try 3 to 4. This applies, right? Look at this. Then we get a minimal update. Not that this minimal update would matter too much, but that then I don't need to artificially change the extra versions, and we just have a slightly newer kernel. What terminal emulator are you using? Console. I used Alacrity. I also don't care. I just give me a working. Also, sorry for this flicker. That's some OBS K-Van capture marginality. I'm relatively like, just give me not totally broken shit, then I'm happy. And I'd rather daily drive. I mean, very theoretically, we should fix this flicker, but like somehow I have 1,000 to-dos already. Gonna try on Orange Pi later. Anything I should know? I guess bring your own kernel for now, right? Just use T2 user space. So we do this to be able to modify the kernel and work on it. Plus we should kinda T2ify that anyway. What is this? One thing that's a little bit annoying is this audit stuff. Maybe we audit. Do we usually build with that, or F1 performance, not auditing. It's not enabled just because this messages annoy me, and this is log actually. Do we have that in there? RV2 Orange Pi RV. Which chip was that? I mean, you could always try to boot and report what Orange Pi RV2 thing. The question is always, did we enable all the config options for that already? X1. Chi X1. I lost overview. Which one here is? Basically K1. Oh, okay. But K1 is only recently somewhat upstream, right? Why do you call me Vibe Quarter? That's bloody freaking annoying. This flashes are only from capture. That's not the terminal emulator. I would not use it. I guess it would also happen. This is basically some Kwin synchronization bug. Full screen. We try cause flickering, should help. Go display monitor, click on compositor tearing prevention VThank to never. Is this in open system settings? So NEC. Overscan, thank you very much. Where did they say to go? Go to display monitor, compositor, display monitor. Okay, I'm one section too far, I think. Oops. Yeah, I agree that is annoying, but it's also more than like 20 years of desktop Linux and stuff flickers when you capture. That's kind of why we use our own we dog food our stuff we ship to the users. I live stream this Hyperland. Don't let this man get access to AI. Why not? Where was it? Compositor and window. Was it window manager? Compositor desktop Kevin scripts? No. Ah, yes, there's display monitor things. Compositor is. Why is here not compositor? Don't see that here. Enabled primary. Color accuracy limit. Did someone see that? Replica off. Don't see that here really. Open system screen flickering. I mean, maybe that is not KDE, is it? Desktop effects, discard, blur. Window management. All I wanted was stuff not to flicker. I thought I had seen some K-Win thing here somewhere. For X11 for compositor. We tried direct scan out 2026 to prevent cause flickering when recording. That would help. And where is direct scan out? Maybe that's not an option, but mkdir, no direct scan out, things, conf environment, things, wonderful. Yeah, sorry, it is what it is. Complain to K-Win people. Oops. So unfortunately we need to build initRD, it is what it is. So stuff installed, things of it's probably not as many as T2 enables, but we did, right? What do we use for boot? Don't really need that though. Is that all? No, we need initRD. MK initRD things of. Do we preset this? Maybe not. Device tree. Yeah, the device tree is the same. I just built the same kernel. InitRD option things of. Is this all we need? Version. Wait, did I even add T? Maybe I didn't. Oh, it doesn't exist. Yeah, okay, the version number didn't do T2, so that's. Wasn't the T2 kernel. That's better. Yeah, whether this will just work, I have question marks. But let's see. We need to one day we need to test. So actually, did we load set standard? Init RAM compression. Okay, I guess it could have a chance to boot, so let's see what happens. I need better auto-deploy script things in some way, shape or form. This is too tiring to constantly type. Of course I use Emacs. Why is this VM Linux T2 thing so much larger? But if Kwin directs cannot flickers, chair do you have? Like you have problems. Some hard chair. Futo. Here, that probably soon 20-year-old stuff, they still sell it. Here, that's my chair. 10 years of inflation. Hope that makes you happy. Share, like, subscribe for more chairs. Why is this so slow? Why is this so unreasonably slow? Maybe I should change to only answer questions of people who are members to motivate you to member. Super thing. Share, like, and subscribe. So, will this work? I have no idea. I sure hope it should, but you know how it is with this vendor kernel. There's always something that doesn't. What do we even boot here? We do boot something. Not that. What did we? Where did we? Maybe we modified. That here. Probably. Holy shit! There's a lot of shit. I hate this. Oh, I hate this. Ubuntu shit here. Don't delay, just use T2 Linux. Maybe I should really consider working with universities and interns, and they like misusing university interns like all the big mega corporations, and have them sit here and like, here your job is of packaging this stuff to make an image of this stuff just work. Somehow I'm just too ethical and humble to misuse people like others do. Okay, so the device tree we use the same. That should not have changed. Did I even, where did I? Probably did this here, right? Let's see what happens. Worst case, we need to remove the SSD and fiddle this stuff around again. And we have serial UART. And just like this, we get potentially maybe nothing. Well done. Not sure where we are here. Oh no, we got something. Here, we get something. Okay, that's our kernel. Oh no, it isn't. It's 6.18.3 generic. What have we done wrong? What did we overlook? May I know the name of the keyboard? Yes, you may know the name. Would even be more amazing if you super think and membership and stuff. But otherwise, it's this keyboard. Look, it's this keyboard here. NuFi or NuFi, whatever, Field 75 HE Hall effect for the ultimate cyberpunk look with Gatoron things. Why did this? I mean, unless this didn't boot. Oh! Do we load this? Maybe we don't have this on this partition. Maybe we load this from the wrong partition? Where do we have device tree? Was it space mid? Would be good to see what's happening. I thought that had debug output. Hello. Maybe this also didn't work due to suspend and resume. Now it works. The UUID is from the partition. The question is, do we load from the right partition? So that should be grub. The question is, I thought we see grub. I thought once upon a time we did see grub. Why do we not see grub right now? With this display adapter, we somehow don't see grub. That's inconvenient. I think it had output with another display connector in some way, shape, or form. What do we boot here? It should be this. Class Ubuntu YOLO, yes, yes. Do I have the DTB? Oh wait, did I edit the wrong? Did I edit the second entry here? Oh, I edited the second entry. Oh, this is also so convoluted. I edited the rescue thing. Yeah, this is auto-generated stuff. I'm not liking this. This is way too cumber. Like, I don't understand why other distributions auto-generate this unreadable stuff here. Which do we, so that's say set root, so then this comes from this is short to read. Maybe we still load that from init rd. What have been looking for idea being video? It's very sparing use of mostly hard-crafted AI. Do little playing with editing knobs, make things. What do you think? I have no idea. I'm in the middle of kernel things here. Commander, Caleb. So we need this UUID 70C3. What do we use? Menu entry, Linux simple. Set root 70C3. That's our. I mean, we could theoretically. Why did we not do UUID here? DTB we do 6.18.3 generic. Do we have this? Apparently. Okay, let's hope for the best. So yeah, the scrub is on EFI, removing things. Why does UUID not? Oh, we had custom editors. Ugh, damn it. There was something, yes. That's inconvenient now. But we built the init RD here, so... But hey, at least our kernel comes up if this is our kernel. Yeah, it's our kernel. Yay! Okay, the good thing is this one we can just plug out and plug in an NVMe adapter. Slightly wonder where they have the micro switch for. How do they detect? Ah, here is this one. Oh no, that is that is the power button. Okay, whatever. Things. So this was for some reason, this was some CRC module that I'm not sure why this happens just with this build. Maybe some vector optimized CRC things, arch thing. I think this was this crypto thing. Maybe it just depends randomly or accidentally. Just YOLO. What watched you for? Who watched you? I myself, 25 years of doing this. Thank you for asking. 2.4 million views on YouTube. And everyone running Linux distribution, right? May I? Running Linux distribution for longer than most people are old here. Probably. Right. In case you're happy they're asking. Maintaining 2T Linux since 1998-ish or so. That here, don't delay, try, share, like, subscribe and stuff today. How do I, like, single-handedly maintaining Linux distribution for more architectures than Debian and all supports. And Itanium, resurrecting with friends and stuff, Itanium and Deck Alpha, like maintaining everything that according to Foronix nobody maintains and needs to be deleted. Only that. Only that. That's older than you have been on the planet, yes. May this qualify 25 years of Linux experience from when Linux was unpopular and nobody was freaking using it. Does that qualify? So that goes out, that NVMe goes out. Where is that goes in? Only one hotfix away, hopefully. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. We are in some legal problem here. It's cool look here. Where's this perfect English? How is it called? Particlement. The question is, can we legally ship this kernel? Because it includes this PowerVR driver that I'm not sure if I was supposed to get this, and I'm not sure I should read the licenses. The problem is, if we ship this, and we are kind of a little bit on the legal hook for I mean, worst case, they're like, okay, here are the sources. I don't have problems with this, but yeah, get some random sources. Can we legally ship it to? That's a bit of an issue. I mean, they ship it. Kind of like holy shit, problems that I didn't expect to have this day and age. This could work, right? Did we do that already? So this should include CRC23 stuff. Let someone else worries it. It just keeps build. Let someone else worries it. Just keep building. You mean we should ignore legal problems, and in case of like, sure, here are the sources. We have not. Someone gave us the sources. Here are the sources. Delegate. That's a good thing. Like, hey, they want the sources. Like, how do you want to deal with this famous last was before lawsuit? Yeah, who should sue us? Imagination Tech? And who? Unsuccessful streamer without money? I mean, other people ship that in production, right? So, I mean, maybe this stuff is kind of GPL compliant. I don't know if they just, yeah, Power VR. Like, basically not my department, right? Like, basically not my department asks them. Because that's the thing, the last they said we need to make images available that just boot, right? Then it's like, yeah, that's their secret kernel sources that just boot. It's a Power VR driver that doesn't yet really work fully. Would be good PR if we think about this. Yes, totally. Phoronix, Exacode live streamer sued for shipping a working Power VR driver for RISC-V. Yes, so Exacode unsuccessful guy with his tiny little institutions that will refuse to report about being sued for making shit actually work. Yes. For shipping fully working RVA23 first. I wanted to do something. The question is, what did I wanted to do? Also, we should check if CRC is in there. CRC things, crypto API. Looks like it's in there. Yeah, let's let them sue us for good PR. That's a good. We just thought, we assumed it must be fully GPL compliant, right? Vendor gave it to us. Right, how should we know that they are not playing nice with potentially maybe hiding some of their secret register things? NVMe, wait, no, this is SDA things of, that should be 3, right? Where did I build that here? All right, we also, wait, we did build an init.rd, so there's my build, where's my mount? Okay, let's use this one. Copy, serve t2, build, RISC-V, things, desktop, RVA. Wait, this is somehow wrong. Needs to be that. Init.rd things here, right? Media. Oh, wait, here. This is probably updated, right? That must be the right one, right? 1404. Wait, that's wrong. 1427. Wait, is the time again wrong here? Okay, that's unmounted. Let's pull the plug. Let's plug it over. Could even. Okay, let's first try if it boots. Nah, 50 seconds off. Without systemd, this somehow only often happens for systemd doing more aggressive time thinking reasons. It's an old sys5 init server, because of course. So we only updated init.rd. The system did already something. Yeah, amazing. Can close this amazing framework-based case. Gee, we could. Where is? Well, there is some sensor somewhere. I wonder. Up there, I guess somewhere. There is some sensor that detects a color case. So, what's all this stuff? Is that all okay? Or so the problem is we now run slightly differently. Firstly, so that's finally a more I mean, it's not even fully T2 kernel. This might crash more often because previously we had seen the CPU frequency. This wasn't fully stable, and I changed the CPU. I just changed that setting. Here in policy. Schedule. Actually, let's see. Yeah, it's scaling. I mean, I also changed boost. Okay, let's see what happens with this slightly changed settings. So do we have, actually, do we even know? DRI. Okay, there is stuff. Okay, let's test what this kernel does differently. There's so much to do creating a bootable image, then RISC Power VR. Power VR graphic thing theoretically. Let's just curious. We could, I mean, the question is, what are all those RISC-V warning and error things there? Also test performance. What's performance doing? So what do we have here? SpaceMed, SOX DRM driver, cap stereo 3D supported. Connector things, card 1 DRM planes, Imagination PVR things. Yeah, as the thing is there, it could potentially maybe work, right? Device platform imagination RGX. Maybe we should copy. Maybe we could try copying the user space driver from Debian over. Also, I'm not wanted to explore RISC-V and wrote a small emulator, so it about using tests. Verify my code. This entire day I spent building some GNU to compile the test case. You should not manually build a GNU toolchain. T2 Linux can do that for you. So basically don't delay. Even use T2 Linux for boot toolchain building things. I mean, that's often if you build complex things manually, then difficult and stuff, right? Its performance test is slightly different kernel. Okay, we can build the kernel, that's already encouraging. We could actually try, we don't need the... What would be the right thing to do is take their sources, delete the imagination, like take their diff, delete the PowerVR driver. It's just so, even cleaning this up could take hours, like just... okay, that's pretty bad performance for some reason. Why is this performance so bad? I'm pretty sure this was 19 seconds the other day. Why is it now 31? That's not ideal. I mean, unless CPU frequency scaling does it. Pretty sure it was 19. Did I close right now there? Just good, I had posted that. Was 19. CPU scaling alone. Oh, just dynamic scaling reduces it that much. That's interesting to say the least. What? Then what do we need to do next? Welcome everyone tuning freshly in. Oh, Lua was even running in the background. Bash was running in the background. Yeah, the thing is that didn't even influence as much because the stuff's so serialized. 215. Okay, this had some background noise. '21. I mean, 21 better than what was the other? 29. Okay, on demand slightly better than scheduled for some random reason. I thought scheduled was usually the best. Probably needs to be optimized. The question is this currently stable? Because with the vendor built kernel. By the way, do we build with Kling? Oh, YOLO. I mean, given this is on-demand scaling and that's not that much slower, I think we should this scale to. Hello. Why is it 2 gigahertz and not like less? Okay, YOLO. Somewhat overwhelming how much we need to do. Yesterday I also built GIMP. I mean, you know what, maybe the window maker, because that's way faster than KDE. So I hate this. Where is this coming from? Is this some new system thing or whatever? Oh right, this was somehow hanging. Why was this hanging? Didn't know yet, right? Ugh, this is stupid. The most stupid things we need to. Oh. Damn it. Cannot make this shit up. Forgot about that. That is stupid. How? What did break X here? That's ridiculous. With sway. I had built sway just sway. Will it start hyperlink? Maybe it's start hyperlink. No, but maybe this needs GL. Okay, so much to GIMP. Yeah, it needs to debug. Cannot mix this up. I mean, that's pretty seriously annoying issue. This also means Firefox doesn't. I mean, why would that stupid bug be? If we have nothing else to do, like that is. Which compiler did we use, by the way? Because does RISC-V Linux support Clang LTO in the meantime? You know what, as the experiments run things here actually would kinda let's test things. Let's maybe even change. Okay, let's first test it. Pro tip, first test. Oops. Oh. Oh wait, this was wrong. Too many things here. Supports LTO Clang, has LTO Clang. Does this not Clang now? Why is this has LTO Clang? Why is this not yes? Like Arch config 805. Maybe we set additional. Oh, I'm running out of terminals here. Here. We add this here. I remembered something vaguely like that. Let's see, does it fully... Actually, maybe I remember once it didn't build. Maybe I tested this already, but let's see. Here, now it has... Actually, I think maybe I tested this a month ago, half a year ago. Maybe it didn't... maybe it had some compilation marginality. Yeah, theoretically we need to grow a team of people of just fixing things. How can we somehow need to find some formula to make open source financed and work great again. Oh, look, there was already something. Error declaration things, DMA things, deprecated. WR strict prototypes. Very strict prototypes coming from. Oops. But that's the smallest thing, which we probably... They don't have W arrows there though. Drivers, DMA, function declaration with other parts deep in all versions of C. Start transfer AI DMA dev 257 257. What? Seven. Start transfer. Maybe just static. What a prototype? There was a prototype in. Oh, it wants void there. This is really... I'm not a fan of this old-fashioned CUO. Thank goodness the compiler forced me to write a void there. Not a fan of C. This level of C. I mean, it's the smallest thing, but it's mostly building so far. I mean, the future with GCC is also strange. As I complained yesterday, they have way too few releases. And basically everything major basing on LVM Cling, like Mather and Rust and stuff, is... I mean, alternative and options always good, but at this rate it's kind of wasteful to ship GCC beside LVM Cling. The future of some projects like that's... Yeah, I mean, too little too late, right? The free software stuff, the most arcane build system infrastructure hosting things, and some decades later... Oh, there is more. I just rerun this because it probably scrolled so far away that even there is error. Test failed, get what? Things candidate warning, things of which one? Unknown, maybe error, unknown warning, wrong, what? Unknown warning, no, maybe uninitialized. Space mid sensor. Did they silence some warnings? To be removed. Why do they W error? Don't need W error there. Just need stuff building. I don't know if Clang is that much faster to ship fixes, new features. Yeah, but at least they make releases, right? Like GCC is... I mean, if more and more people ditch GCC, then surely LVM Clang will be faster. But at least I'm not caring as much as faster, but as much as... Oh, thank you for the super things there. Appreciate this. Survey to swatted. Being legally good C since by being illegally good at C. Picture myself future working. Trying to become Netflix contributor. Net filter, please give. Amazing. Appreciate your super thank and being here, tuning in, and your kind words. It's amazing. Oh, here, that even Bill. What was the warning here? So it's the first time LTO'd, like... there was some strange method here. Mismatch referencing section, PCIe probe thing. I guess let's see if... I mean, what we could try... We could try even one more upgrade to... Oh, that's so tiny. Yeah. Because then could even further. Not that it would be that important, but 5, 6. Totally not important. But then we get another build number not to override our currently working kernel. Okay, then yeah, let's see if that builds LVM Clang. Let's see how that influences the performance. That would be an interesting test for... I mean, if it even boots, who knows what's broken here. That should not build that long, that should only build the changed stuff. It hopefully shouldn't be that big. We have some super annoying bugs like GTK stuff not starting. I wonder if that is a RISC-V only thing here, because I did not this did work usually the other times I did run some GTK things in X11. That's the most bizarre bugs to have. Okay, what else can we do in the meantime? Okay, we should first of all think about T2 Linux. Alright, there were some other random things I had to do. What I also should do, I should actually go through my local working copy and fix, like, commit everything. And even although slower, I should switch building on RM64 X1 Elite. Just for testing and energy efficiency. Switching to more energy efficient state-of-the-art systems. Okay, we could. I didn't expect this to rebuild that much. Or what did we do that this rebuilds here everything? What is the official release date today, or what? So do they don't have hours, of course. Okay, it's slightly, of course, slightly better. 3 seconds, that's scale to 100 over 6%. Oh. I mean, yeah, more cache, more faster. More cache and more. Yeah, shall I subscribe? Oh, did I? Shall I subscribe? I urgently need the CPU, actually. The funny thing is, I'm here the biggest AMD shouting out the biggest AMD things. Notes per, but they couldn't send me one. Literally since 5 years, epic thread ripping running here, epic thread ripping on AMD Ryzen things. This is crazily much higher, at least on this. Is this scaled to whatever the scaling is here, but it kind of sounds 0, huh? This percentage looks more than just cache to me. This looks like improved efficiency and TDP and stuff. Yeah, there are reasons why I'm longing for that, because have you seen our embarrassingly long Linux compile times? So, copy. What did we do now? 6, right? Copy 6. Oh, did I again copy some wrong? Why not? Why does this not autocomplete? Right, system map, what's modules install? Let's see if it boots. But I don't need new stuff. You use Clang over GCC, but you don't need to stuff. Yeah, but the thing is, there are hundreds of bug fixes in GCC since then. I'm not even asking about major release. Like I'm speaking, this is absolutely unprofessional. Of GCC Free Software Foundation. You wonder what they do all with all the donations and stuff and big mega corporations, yeah, like Red Hat and SUSE and stuff. Ubuntu, Debian, Canonical and stuff. Because like more than like half a year of not having a dot release of bug fixes when even LTO crashes for us and stuff, and even we pulled in a bug fix because crashes. That is Comic Code, a commercial font for staring on bugs all day reasons. Let's see what Clang kernel does. User modules. Somehow this performance could be faster, not really sure why that's so lagging. But this NVMe is not amazing. Maybe it's kinda, they should also kinda give me affiliate code for this font as much as we probably #1 promoter of this font. Yeah, this performance here is not amazing for some reason. It's also going over USB. But this NVMe is also really not good. The T2 RISC-V series is so exciting. Tempting T2 Vision 5. Grab a cup of coffee, enjoy another evening. Code therapy. Happy to hear that. Yeah, we need even if that's not fully working. So yeah, actually, I probably yesterday said I should test mainline on Vision 5. Just a couple of more developers, which also developers with T2 doing stuff increasing fast. Just a couple of more people testing and fixing random stuff is next level T2 improvement of wider acceptance and stuff working. Let's wish me luck, or us. 18.4. So all we need is 6. Better dep mod that because we didn't cross dep mod that. Guess let's see. I wonder what they do in the. I'm kind of tempted to evaluate what performance does if we use a second CPU cluster. Can we get some super things and shares and subscribers and stuff? Then I try to hack the kernel to expose all and run with a non-vectorized RVA23 without vector. ESP, what? Das ist work. The graphic is more broken, huh? Frame buffer doesn't work, I believe. That's interesting. So rest appears to maybe work somewhat. Oh, there was also an oops. Do red things of SMP CPUs allowed common thing. MP set warning bad address. I think the Clang build kernel works randomly slightly less potentially. I mean, some of those things here we had before, but I think apparently we lost video output. I mean, not that this kernel stuff broke here, something we run a slightly different version. Let's build the kernel with less patches. Let's test performance before we do anything more. Ah, this is serial. That's of course on demand was somehow faster. Space mid dear MFB. I mean, it could also be a random fluke. You never know with this stuff. You know, this is here somehow bad address. Okay, let's test performance. Is this currently? Yeah, of course we can't ship it with frame buffer not working, but what's fast 2 nanometer RISC-V? Someone emailed. Semi says design more stuff. Design own RISC-V. Taiwan policy. Okay, that performance didn't really change much here for building. This I wonder why the Ethernet is that slow. Or the question is maybe we should time whether it is. Okay, what performance did we had here previously? One Taiwan policy. What do you even talk about? Somehow the Lua estimate is strangely... Okay, so the performance is basically pretty identical, except that frame buffer doesn't work anymore. We could reboot and see if random reboot changes here something. Because currently it's dark blue or whatever that is. May or may not be some random fluke. It didn't happen before though. I mean, it could also be random fluke. I wonder how many display port things. What do we need? We need USB-C. USB-C to HDMI. Let's test the other USB ports. What happens? Do they have... I think not, but you never know. Atomic disable power off. Officially only one port has that, I believe, but so maybe LTO break that. Good that we tested this. Stuff we totally didn't need to know. Error underrun. Maybe that's misoptimized, I don't know. Bandfish 0, mclock 0. Tries to bring it up and then doesn't. Not even sure, is it even worse to test this with another? Kinda thought they're not really worth my time. What do we do now? 5, right? We should test why this is so slow. Is this a SSD or what is even... This doesn't report that. This USB thing, wonderful. And what bus is this? Gigabit something is on 6 of a 2.0 port. Maybe that's slow Ethernet, but so that would still be 100 mega. No, it wasn't USB. Would be maximum 50 megabyte a second. Okay, that's not that slow. It's maybe mostly, I mean, okay, to be fair, that is kind of the limit of this Ethernet. It's, yeah, if you, yeah, let's USB to connect everything. Never mind. So I don't have high hopes. It's just like, yeah, that's the thing. You test with LLVM Clang, your frame buffer doesn't work anymore. But that's a little bit so slow, not really sure why that's so slow. How to develop game data priority sorting open. Game data? Because some players experience like packet losses. It's not my department, sorry. So let's see what could possibly happen here. It's funny that on ARM, I think ARM and x86-64 we built with that. It's also sunny. I mean, there is. Question is, did massive Linux kernel, but most likely LLVM Clang break that, huh? Doesn't bring this magically up, does it? Cool. It works in principle somewhat, it doesn't work fully. Does 6, 7 also apply? No. Let's disable LTO again and see if LLVM Clang just works. Just as another data point. If it's LTO or LLVM Clang as a whole. Okay, we need to optimize our things. Do you have a no text support? No, I did not need it that yet. Can you develop a router, plug priority game data packet things of? If the games, I mean, first of all, I could develop a lot of things, but I'm busy. And also, if the games encrypt the traffic, then you can not really prioritize schedule them much if you have encrypted traffic. Okay, we need to think about us foremost. That means we need more just working things. We should actually, yeah, as boring as it is, we should polish our T2 install. Yeah, just your tiny little hobby Linux needing to do all the things they're not. Yeah, if you run an open source project as a hobby, you still need to do all the uncomfortable things that another application. for Ich bin 25 und entwickle seit 2020, 23 beruflich Mobile Apps mit Flutter and Dart. I don't understand why so many people apply here. That, like, why do I get unsolicited applications now twice a day that I did not ask for of stuff that I seriously don't understand why people apply at us that much. And where do they get our address? Man. Mark as flagged and things. Yeah, we need to scale out and accelerate our T2 deployment stuff. That means improve data, improve fully working image generation. Yeah, the faster. CPU need faster routing big mix sort of GPU for bandwidth snake things. I'm a cloud wipe coder, want to apply to T fields. Okay, man, what? Hey, I'm a cloud wipe coder and want to apply to T2. Sure, send patches for free, guess. Yeah, we also need to take all our GitHub issues here seriously. I close one. The problem is now we get more people interested. Now we get random GitHub issues of some tech thing not. Okay, I had that. Do I have all the other things? I mean, yeah, also other things here. I mean, I guess I could look into this, but this looked a little bit wipe coded. This is so strange. Is it Flutter? Yeah, modern stuff needs Flutter, Rust too. No more wondering if stuff will work or not, because with my skills everything will mostly not work. Yeah, totally. Welcome, wipe coder. Which kernel did I build now? 6, right? Let's copy 6 again. What did I copy? VM Linux in the system. I mean, that might potentially be an easy thing to track here. Why this? I mean, good that we pre-tested this, because if we just enable LLVM Clang, it's like, hey, it builds now. Helps little if it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, we didn't. We wasted here electrons. Left this on idling, that's not ideal. Welcome, Nortec. Oh, that shit again. Damn it. Wait, what? Archive releases? What? Why did they change that? This was working the other day, Artu. Maybe they just changed it. So, 6 again, this time without LTO. I hope. think we run a slightly different, we run .5. See if that magically fixes HDMI output again, otherwise RVM Clang is completely, I mean, maybe, yeah, 2026, people are right. I mean, maybe it's LTO, but maybe the code is also written so that it's numerically not scalable. What did install previously because I used their biscuit lib and now everything works, but it doesn't install. Build not works. What did Felix86 install previously? Because I mean, it did install its binary and all the libs. But I mean, just typing commands. And is that anything but I love it. Happy to hear that. How many hours do I need to study? Reach 1/3 of streamer skill level. Oh, now we kernel panic differently. Error, underrun things, space map ready timer things. Return from dump mount generic. What? Did I edit something wrong or? Okay, I guess good that we tested this. At least on this board, LLVM Clang does not produce fully as good working kernel as GCC. Yay. Good that we have two different compilers that both fail differently. What's boot doing? Hello? Did this break that early that didn't even boot? Also, this dock is crashing when it's starting with is connected. Man, these modern USB-C things are also so much to our LLVM Clang testing. Can someone explain? We are working on Linux distribution, particularly testing latest and greatest RISC-V stuff. So we build stuff, configure stuff. Good. Let's move to, I mean, if it still doesn't, we need to unfortunately. Two times the charm, but will it mount? No, it doesn't. Why does this not? It could be anything. Or did I, maybe I forgot to, oh, maybe I forgot to rebuild init RD. No, maybe I didn't. No, that's a rebuild. Okay, so much to the LVM experiment. Can't approve, not amazing yet. Latent interpreting. I think upstream is kernel or some sort of that's. I mean, so yeah, that's SpaceMid K3 is. That's some vendor provided, not yet public, but upstreaming piece by piece. Okay, so this system. Let's remove the NVMe drive again. Yeah, we should have tested this anyway, so it's a little unfortunate, but for ARM64 and RISC-V we ship with LLVM Clang, so it's unrelated of this board. It was time to test how much that works right now. It doesn't. It works more than last time, but apparently, at least on this specific board code, it's not fully stable with LLVM Clang. Wait, what did I mount? This is the wrong one. This is so hard to read. Oh, I mistyped the init.rd here. That of course can't work. Then it just didn't load in init.rd. Give that one more try. Was I wondering why it was hard failing like this? I mean, it looked like this. I thought it didn't expect to have a typo there. So that actually the message said precisely what the issue was, just I ignored it too much. Still wonder where precisely they have the sensor. Something must press there on. Here, there. I found that there's a normal switch. For the cover detect. Case closed thing, found it, okay. Which kernel are we currently even building? 6. Ethernet for it fiddled so much around here. Stuff's a broken Ethernet cable fall out again. Damn it. Copy that, copy that, copy. I mean, one we don't even need, but YOLO. Maybe smaller now, maybe not debug info, but maybe whatever. Whatever. I mean, we will. So we did. What did we boot? We booted that. So just IR sync both, right? rsync modules. That or that mod. Let's see if that magically restores HDMI output. Good that we randomly tested this. I mean, I could basically, that's what people subscribe to our Discord. This come up? Oh yeah, so it's just LLVM clang, and then it, yeah. I mean, in a way that is crazy too, like production quality compilers and like with, I mean, yeah, implementation defined C code stuff of, nah, it works for me kind of C code. Also whatever that is about. I think maybe it was audio or whatever. Quick performance sanity check. Good. Then we should actually concentrate a little bit more on doing actually usable things. No, this performance is garbage. Why is this so garbage? It should be 20 seconds actually. Peak was 18. Well, what do we even currently do? Oh wait, it's scheduled. What did I echo here even? Yeah, scheduled till not ideal performance. I mean, debugging this will be fun, but also YOLO. Maybe that is why on my X1 Elite this performance is so meh sometimes. Maybe that's also scheduled to versus on demand. We possibly also scheduled to say. Anyway, I think we revert, partially revert. Can we even? Oh no, we cannot partially revert this now. Yeah, there is no point of this, Andre. As I mean, you can send. Do you have a patch for the rest of this? Could test the rest of it again. What did we hear? Archive RV. Yeah, codifying all this stuff will be fun to reproducibly build images. So there was only some light pre-testing, like bringing some code in, helping upstreaming. Wait, did I not copy the... Partially update because we keep the move. Thank you. So what did we get here? Biscuit cd object. Why do you have to do that now? Did this not previously? This is, I don't understand what. Why do you need to do that for static building? Oof. So that's still needed for the but this we cannot comment out, right? I mean, clearly it will not work with this patched away. I mean, then ERED SU things probably don't work, right? Can you not, does it not work if you do not modify this, if you leave this as a subdirectory? Can you not specify CMake somewhere to static build this thing as static? If I leave that it installs Biscuit. Can you not specify in CMake to static link that thing and not install it? Old repo, yes, doing this for soon 30 years. We started when Git wasn't created. Sorry to bother you with fine-tuning that. But this is also, wait, is this... But you should also build without this one. This is... Was it Felix version 2? I'd have to modify external to be a project and not a subdirectory. Okay, but this, I mean, fine with me. I'm open to creative solutions. I mean, it's just not pretty, but... Theoretically, please no space here, but you could also, you could use parents here, like parents and then cd and stuff. Then you don't need to do that here. But I can modify that. Does it build without? I mean, okay, let me pull the things. Does it still install something, or do you say? Where do we need this now? Totally wrong thing to do. I wanted. So this. So this is for this whatever version, right? Like for slightly different latest version. Wait, this we cannot do like this because you wait what? Because it's what is it? Patch of we did this wrong. We could also does it have a proper name? Yes. So this, I'm pretty sure we shouldn't, because it would break this thing probably entirely, I guess. Actually, I had renamed this to this. Oops. Actually, did I build this biscuit renewed? Did I? I didn't. Shouldn't even need that, but. Builds but doesn't install is strange. Okay, this didn't build, it's probably why. Maybe it's something stupid as not reinstalling not modified binaries or something. Okay, then okay, why is this shortly? Okay, this is built now again. The question is, what does this thing do? I wonder what they do to disable this non-symmetrical cores. Here is CPUs. CPUs, things. Status okay. Status okay. Wait. Okay, this is 7 status okay. But they have this enabled. Here is okay. Rec CPU Rex A100. I wonder how you get this scheduled on. That's not our stuff, that's Linus Torvalds stuff. They probably have something to use it. Look at this. Okay, fix sometimes failed to wake after entering. Reset vector when migrate thread from. Look at this. The task whose migrated running reset vector context may cause unexpected just left it free run. How can you migrate to, like, do you need to print warning, thread must not trigger vector trap before set to AI. The AI thread must not trigger vector trap before set to AI, otherwise the vector context may be wrong because the vector based on print warning. different signal use that VLAN B instead of signal use on have different vector sizes, so we use directly the core smaller vector size will useless data and RISC. Instead modify setup v size, update ISA extension, regulator properties, add which is not supported, yes we know. Bind IRQ to handle cores, then are you guys into it too? Make Linux kernel, what? How do you become a kernel developer and how to make money out of it? I ask for share, likes and subscribes. How make money, get companies to pay you, or share, like and subscribe here. I mean, just like any other job, right? Like get a job, do freelance, do self-employed, found a company. Might be no job. I think this low-level stuff is at least where I think AI is currently, like wannabe fake AI is eating more web dev jobs than kernel low level. Until traps, clankers will agentic LLMs will replace kernel developers too. I mean, there's certainly a million jobs, right? Like from Intel, AMD, ARM, Qualcomm, Broadcom, NASA, ESA, Volkswagen, Bosch. Like there should be like probably a million people working in this field, right? The kernel is a nightmare, so not really. Nightmares, but I wouldn't. Actually, Rust and Firefox are a nightmare. The kernel is actually not too bad. But yeah, read some books, do some things. Support map.io cores to regular cores. What's that doing? Bind IRQ. Use RP, communicate things. Map AI to regular. CPU affinity, ASUG, Space Mac. AI first, regular first. Map AI to regular, whatever that does. But if I wanted to earn money with it, I don't know. I mean, why not? I mean, unless you YOLO shit together, Rust is okay. I mean, I rather earn money with this than with web development, you all, but everyone their own. Okay, so is IO for how do we get an AI thread? How do they YOLO'd here some stuff for AI thread vstate stuff of HMP, mark the thread type. Here is HMP AI. How do we get an HMP AI thread? What is it even? Can't barely read, syntax off. Maybe we should change the color to light blue. 2025 regular AI CP can offline. There's some thread type regular. This function circuit for kernel thread is critically perceived. Actually, the kernel, given the kernel usually doesn't run vector stuff, they could actually run normal kernels. I mean, yeah, this is not here ideal. They custom YOLO'd here some AI thread. Oh, here is it. HMP said, how do they do that? Enable one AI core if non-AI core are enabled. Look up target task, take a ref, PID task, VID, PID things of mark the thread type AI, set CPU load, PTR, regular things. The vector context should be initialized. Set thread type. Okay, so they did here custom things. So you would need to run something on that. You would need to. It's of course really annoying to use. So basically, you would need to use some custom tooling to run. Was it HM service inet register platform suspend call migrating some switch don't have to boot core type. Set thread type, where do they proc? Do they have some proc interface? File const jar proc write type proc ops. They custom load some procfs thing to we could probably change root into a RVA22 and then set the type to AI and test performance. Why don't I use NeoVim? Because I like small, minimal, like if you ask more, I switch back to NVI. Because I don't need features. I scrolled past an ad for kernel dev BD manufacturer of a Japanese job board, low level everywhere. Exactly. It is widely here in Uruguay. Windy. Today is sunny. Yesterday was rainy. Actually, the day before last night was massive rainy here. Is the field only for PhDs and on? If you what? Kernel, no. I know the most companies pay as little as possible as usual and hire some self-taught people who YOLO some shit together. So if you're wondering why your Tesla is breaking and escalating so strange, then now they didn't hire a PhD for brake control system things allegedly. Where was this proc type in? From user red set AI PID. So what PID is here? Case string to in. So you need to. I mean, this is of course a complete garbage interface to echo a PID into. So there must be some proc file name. Which would this be? Where do they specify the name for? Here proc set AI thread. Create node to use set thread type. Holy shit. Okay, boomer. Oh, this also didn't somehow generated things, no such. But this might be my fault of not rebuilding this, of potentially maybe. Yeah. What do we have here? This was something. What? Oh, this, we fixed this since then. Okay, okay, we have other things to do. Yeah, there it is. It's of course really a... do we have more side is? Which side is? I lose overview. Does the desk have hook things, include generated things, hook at post make move? The move is wrong, right? You can't move. I changed this too. I changed this to that. There should potentially be something, right? Oh, it's generated. Because here this is good that we fix this. Yeah, so probably the rebuild or whatever, or yeah, this, yeah, you need to be careful with installing directory things. Probably should not have my phone on the floor. I only do this because my table is already so full, and not to have vibrating notifications next to the microphone, you know. Why is spam still a thing? So what we should do in general to make open source more... Reminder, please. What share? No. Spam. Why spam still... Can spam train never enough? Cancelled event. I had move and had CPU. Yeah, but move doesn't, so you cannot use move. I explained this yesterday. If you use move, all the subfiles are not tracked correctly, and does I'm not even sure what it does if the file exists, but yeah, basically you can also not do move. It's not tracking all the files, 42 package and stuff, and it's just need to use CP correctly. And I could be clever and test this Felix first. Oh wait, was it Felix Biscuit? What was it now? Should be this, right? Also we were here actually. Okay, YOLO, doesn't matter. Let's test an RVA23 thing. Actually, wait, the CPUs the CPUs are fully vector compliant too. So actually, we can actually change. So what is our PID. We can actually echo this to AI. Vector has been enabled already. Yes, YOLO. That's probably fine. So now this here. Now we run this on. We should actually, I think, potentially, maybe. Bash, PID bash, yes. Does it fully work? Like, if we run like. This should run the sub. Probably it should run the sub things also on, should it not? No. So the fork does not run. This is a little bit shitty implemented. This is a really annoying interface. Unless I did something wrong. Ah, look at this. Yes, this is running on a vector. This is running on an AI. But that's not inherited. Apparently, if we fork something, it's running on a general. This is a super annoying interface. We could patch that to inherit that, but do I really wanted that? Because if we would modify that to inherit that from, then we could change root. Should we try that more? Because like this, it's really difficult to use that. So that would be with some custom AI tool chaining of running all your AI, like manually forking all your just AI processes for testing or stuff. So this here does also not, is this what you, errats, okay, that's, yeah, basically maybe Felix, I would need to review it further. So that's what you commented out, but if you commented out, it would also not work anymore. Yeah, I mean, for normal users, using the second cluster of, I mean, right now, basically, you don't use it, right? I mean, I would kinda use my whole system without vector for testing. That's probably higher performance for most things then. What do we do with that? System suspending. I mean, we better focus on our T2 things, because like even if so it would be a performance test. It's also not really the most relevant for me. The irony is that the other hypervisor feature does anyway currently not work for me. Oh wait, it's also wrong. Guess we better leave it in peace here and focus on making stuff people actually want work. Yeah, this one set IRQ as extension, search aborted. I mean, I would really hope this add-on core it's basically not the most important. It would just have been nice to test. I mean, I'm somewhat tempted to change the inherit. Actually, changing the inheritance of this can't be that much of a thing. That should be relatively quick to... Where would they initialize that? Get CPU mask somewhere off. Type HMP. That's hiding that from. We also don't need KVM. Maybe they just rely on this initializing to 0 naturally. Enable HMP features. This categorizes CPU cores with different distinct types, each running different types of threads. Why don't I need KVM? Because I need KVM, but not just on this SoC. That's not high performance enough anyway. Besides, it doesn't work for me. I would, yes, KVM would be nice, but like I'd rather have higher performance for now than KVM. What was it called? HPM? This was a keyword, this wasn't. H. What? Oh, spaceman. Init main Here they have various CPU mask init. Okay, they do this. What is that here? Start kernel. Init things information from DTS. CPU down. Get okay, they do this implicitly here with where do they initialize it? Unsigned long for a 1-bit thing. Quite a nicely dynamic structure of all things ever dynamically. Maybe they just realize it's initializing to 0. Welcome, Skazi. I think it was just to include. Yeah. Does it not inherit the CPU mask? I mean, apparently it didn't, huh? I mean, if it would inherit the CPU mask, it would. Maybe here. Scat class allowed must be below, but is not required actually. Set CPUs allowed common. Migrate enabled, disabled. Must be this one here. This function's default allows running the thread. The thread is not per CPU thread. This function sets the default CPU mask which allowed running the thread. If the thread is not per CPU, if the thread is not a per CPU thread, the set mask set p CPU mask to AI CPU mask if the thread is an AI thread. Otherwise, is this in the kernel like this? This is check if called from an AI thread type set return empty. Checked if that a PC. Check if this is a per CPU kernel thread that should keep its binding. All new threads default to regular unless it's per CPU K thread AI thread proper. All new threads default to regular unless it's per CPU K thread AI thread. I think they run with a strange tab setting. They run with tabs 4 or whatnot. AI thread properly will be set explicitly via proc AI threads. covering IOU thread. Maybe I made a video about this when it was new. Look, I would hand off limiting turned on. What? I would have hand off limiting to turned tuned. Where is this called from? Stop tasks. Scheduler, idle, fair things, core. Called with things. Init idle. Yeah, okay, that's a little bit too evolved for some testing. I would have loved. I mean, it's a little bit. I mean, even using this, right? I mean, it's basically a research CPU. Welcome, everyone. I mean, yeah, people need to prototype. But using this is really annoying like this. I would have at least implemented inheriting like this, but would have loved to benchmark. I mean, the thing is, yeah. As I said, I would otherwise have tested what is the performance of the whole system if we run everything without vector extension and use all CPU clusters. In a thread, so this K3, this new upcoming RISC-V silicon, they made here some experiment of accelerating AI things. So they have two different CPU cores in there. And they have the regular ones, and they have the more AI workload optimized ones. And the AI, they don't have hypervisor extension, so you can only run hypervisor things on the general one. They also have different wide instruction issuing, and they also have a different wide SIMD vector extension. So so they have X100 and A100. 60 tera. Basically, by not using this, we lose up to 60 teraops for the AI. Likewise, builds standardized things, elevates vector mandatory things, stuff, yada yada. So that's how it looks like. So you have here in X100, so you have two high performance clusters and you have two AI clusters. AI CPU clusters. Yeah, there is some proof of. I mean, this is all just proof of concept prototype stuff. They have. You might have missed 50 minutes ago. I found there's some proc interface. They have a really not production ready interface of echoing your PID into proc AI thread, and I just discovered this. They achieve interoperability under the unified RISC-V architecture framework. Immediate value manifests ability to generate yada yada. Immediate value of you cannot easily use it. Vector drive tuple. I wanted to. What is the ultimate things critical path? Ultimately, A100 closest PA on the VLAN related critical path at 2.1. So it's also slightly less high clocked. So yeah, so I mean, first of all, this proc interface is not production versi. That needs to be something else. You'd have to imagine be thread flag on. You'd have to imagine it'll be. Yeah, so they have a proof of concept proc interface that's not even inherited, as I just found out. Here's actually execution. Where do we have? So they have what, how wide vector pipeline things of. Local memory size analysis, support new features in operating system, stack hypervisor, things. I would, so yeah, hypervisor, so operating system, it's a little bit annoying to have two different types of CPU things. Here's even, what do they have here? Base and peak. Okay, they have here spec on, spec 2000 stuff of peak compare in VM. AI performance here. What do we have? AI performance, interference decode things. So they don't have here dedicated spec in for. I mean, it's a bit of a shame. I would otherwise use this core. Finally back from work. Welcome to work. I don't know what Apple's neural chips precisely do. In a way, I like. So I hate AI cores because I mostly don't use them. And also, I would even go as far as all the consumer AI stuff is a unusable joke. Like even in Intel and AMD, you can only log a Raspberry Pi. It's a buzzword vaporware feature of like, hey, look, you have there some local small LLM thing of interfering things, which basically nearly nobody uses, and it's practically not usable for much. I mean, maybe you could run some local speech recognition and fuzzy suggestion stuff, but you cannot run anything substantial on any of the AMD Ryzen AI. Like, it's a complete waste. Yeah. And that is why I hate them, because I mean, most people don't even use them. And I wonder if even how much they are used in Apple stuff, although maybe a little bit. OpenCV, yeah. Reason why Apple doesn't even expose them to third. They don't? I didn't know Apple doesn't expose them. Are you sure they don't? They had there some machine learning whatnot framework thing. I thought they do, but sounds pretty anti-competitive. Are you really sure? Are the EU watchmakers aware of this? Anyway, but at least this one you can just use. I mean, you can just use, except we can't really. What we could do. I mean, it's strange that the CPU mask is not inherited. I would have expected maybe to. Why does this not inherit like that? So they set default. I guess that's called for each flex migrate enable, migrate disable. So if we something cordant, yes. Maybe we should actually So just like this, our shell became an AI thread. No, we're running on core. So the first 8 are high performance, the second tier are AI things. But you would think that they inherit it. Oh wait, it does now? Oh no, it does? Okay, wait. So we can compare performance. I thought it didn't. So we have MD5, 4,000 stuff, 4 million, 4.2 million. Okay, that's half the performance, huh? I mean, not really half, a little bit. I mean, yeah, that is the thing, right? We go on, I mean, yeah, it's asymmetric feature cores, yes. I mean, the cool thing, I mean, from all the AI garbage, I appreciate this more because it's flexible, regularly programmable RISC-V cores. Just that the Linux kernel currently has no means to deal with that. Actually, that so if we build T2 now, if we build like this Lua, does it purely run on AI cores? Because here if this inherits, oh look at this, just like this we run on the AI cores. Oh, this works after all. I looked somehow wrong. I mean, the thing is we cannot transparently use it. But hey, at least I figured out how to use them a little bit more than nothing. x86 driver probe by Unix, and I would like to learn some driver probe by Unix and any hardware documentable reference like Google will find quite a lot of things. Okay, maybe we run here the same policy thing of not scheduling a good. I mean, maybe this course also really that slower. I mean, maybe we don't even want to run them because they are not as out of order speculating because it's still building. But hey, we could run a multimedia. Decoder. Oh yeah, 1 minute. Okay, this course are really slower. I mean, yeah, AI throughput optimized. No P3 fun stuff yet. Actually, I was considering to turn my P3 on today. Did Foxtrot, did anyone here in T2 Twitch recently test P3 Linux? Any of you boot this up regularly, like to make sure like 7.0 works? But this might not peak performance. This might be, let's see, this. Policy 1.8. Because that's schedule, that's not, that's on demand. That had significantly better performance on the performance cores. Okay, we figured out how to use them. That's at least kudos to them. I mean, yeah, kudos to them that they do research and have this at least somewhat implemented, although the API sucks. Okay, frequencies. Actually, it's even running only up to 2 gigahertz instead of whatever the other was. Policy 2.3, 2.4. But yeah, just like this, at least we use this course a bit. Look at this fully loaded AI course. Bam. Yay. Yeah, making real use of this, meh. Okay, they are significantly, okay, so here's this, I mean, we could test peak performance, which probably should be close to that. AI cores, yes, RISC-V AI cores. Here, what's peak performance doing? Yeah, so they are so slow. I mean, a third of the performance. They are probably way less out of order speculating and stuff. Yeah, AI, basically similar to PS3, optimized to synergetic processing element, like think about this as like SPUs, just like RISC-V based stuff. Like, hey, SpaceMid K3 P3 comparison made here. You have a giant B in your house. Yeah, I also had this sometimes, happens even in capitals. Help you. I usually try to bring them out alive as stuff, right? For such insight, don't forget to support us. Yeah. Oh, here, performance is slightly peaking higher. Here, 51, 51, 51. So it's basically... So peak performance is 18, so it's nearly 3 times as slow, but like right now we could already run like if, yeah, I mean using this, like, I mean, of course you have additionally more performance if you use a vector extension, right? Like, so if you would manually YOLO and whatnot, and hey, we could run here 3D assisted stuff. So of course I'm only testing what is possible to make working here, right? So if we wanted some more performance data, this would be bash and bin utils. Just so this will, let's gather some more data. So for everyone tuning in new here from this SpaceMid K3, so the first 8 are high performance cores, and the second 8 clusters are the AI vector throughput cores. So yeah, this build time estimates of course completely off because they were calibrated. Before they wasn't most precise, and they were calibrated on the high performance cores. HR extra code employee compensation and payroll update, no. Spam train, like, dude, what are people even thinking? Can you stop sending us spam? Just go away. All spam will be spam train for the future. So, how many people? I mean, you know what? I should actually change the title again, because the only substitute for clickbait is more clickbait. And as you know, we are here for the greatest clickbait. That means RISC-V AI cores. That surely has people tuning in, right? I mean, this proc interface is pretty racy, right? It's like normally you wouldn't do that. Of basically what you would need. Yeah, I mean, it's proof of concept interface. It is what it is. AI cores here. Can we even hear AI, right? AI here. Look, we do AI things. And large language LLMs, if just large language model things, LLM, whatever things, clickbait. Okay, I need to I should drink something. Actually, I should spoil myself with a second coffee. That sounds about right. For very long, hear me out, for very long computational things, it would actually speed up the build by maybe some 30%, right? But at the other, it is what it is. Yeah. On a way, I would have preferred for general computing. I would have preferred just, was it 16 high performance cores? But we need to understand this Asian companies. How many coffees per day? Currently, it's my first, because now I need to manually grind them. You don't share, like, and subscribe enough, and I cannot afford more coffee anymore. Now I'm currently at the maximum of 2 coffees, and my productivity tanked. Make me a 10x engineer again. Support me with coffee. Here, right, live on. Okay, we should actually update website. We actually should, maybe we should manually YOLO. Maybe not. How do we proceed? Should we manually YOLO an image with the Power VR libraries binary only things? Should we try to copy the silly question, but PS3 the console, or related to it again? So yes, of course, we still support, don't delay, we still support PS3. We have multiple here. Just what I wanted to show you here, right? We still support this goodness in T2 Linux, among all the other things. Good, I need coffee. Menu tools. Amazing, I guess. Yeah, it's running on the here we test. If SpaceMid would know that we test there. Error, try again. Why does it say error, try again? This is not update the. Not sure why it said error. Oh, it said error to posting the URL. Why does it say error to posting the URL? That's silly. And don't forget that you can share, like, and subscribe here. Yeah, I don't even see the power draw. Unfortunately, I thought I can test the power draw with this battery bank here, this super fancy OLED display battery bank that I got myself, but somehow this doesn't negotiate the power delivery correctly. Beauty. Okay, we need, we also should actually figure out why X11. I mean, that's a little bit silly that X11 we cannot run. If they would know that we run GNU-LD on AI cores, they might not have been happy. How many people do we even have watching here? Oh, at least 80. Great. Welcome you all. Don't forget to subscribe. Binutils bash. Yeah, binutils bash. So how long did this? Okay, it's... I mean, this might build a whopping 6 minutes or 6, 8, 9. Okay, let's make a coffee. Very theoretically, it would of course make sense to benchmark the vector performance. As I say hello to Diesel, my today's creation of putting apple juice on the leftover. Is it raining? No, that's just a fan. But you can imagine this ASMR. Say hello to Diesel. No coffee drop. Like just put apple juice on your coffee. 8 minutes. Look at that. My ballpark estimate wasn't that far off. I think it was 3 minute whatever, right, on the performance cores. But in a way, these companies boycott themselves a little bit. I mean, on one side, they gain investors and whatnot with, hey, we have AI cores, and I mean, sure, development and research. But on the other, very few people will ever use it, and most people who would want latest and greatest RISC-V stuff would rather prefer high performance cores, right? So what was the performance before we did that? The high performance is, okay, it's double that actually. Okay, so apparently Lua for some reason more worst case, so that's only double. That's AI cores waste of silicon. Yeah, kinda. So that's what I said, right? ARM AGI CPU when? Yeah, for general purpose usability, we should make some Power VR work. In which order do we what? Maybe we should start. We should flood the internet with our data and quickly do the hardware listing so that people could find it. What else is new? Nix was recently attempting to get mainline kernel with SL. Rocket build was rusty. Need to get back to that project. With which bindings? SL Rocket? What is SL Rocket? You're welcome. Whatever that stuff is about. What was the release date? 24s? Yeah, so performance of that looks great. Brill cut. That's surprisingly high. Why is this VGA geometric mean? Why is that so high? We want kernel compilation though. Oh, look at this. Intel was faster than this on those. Didn't even know that. I mean, it's whatever that is. The thing is, I don't even know this benchmarks. Doesn't even tell me much. Although I told you, right? If something's like... Basically, AMD wasn't even pressured much. Water layered half space. 99x. I mean, this is crazy much better performance. Yeah, I said before, shut up and take my money. I wonder if this is a new silicon. Actually, did it say logs the silicon? Bunch of big YouTubers are not impressed with this new release. I mean, I don't even care. The thing is, sure, maybe for games on Windows, not much performance things, but it's like also not everyone should buy high performance stuff. Anything from the past things wild to me still have in past series is wild, still have in i7 8. Yeah, I mean, I also only have a 7950X. But we are as we are longing here for more performance. Good that we finally figured how to compile this data. 432 to... Actually, that's not even that much. Oh, wait, this is the wrong one. 4. Yeah, it's 4. Yeah, more than double. Interesting, interesting. Although this data points, yeah, on performance, yeah. Anyway, amazing. But given that, so you could immediately use it if you, for example, you could run your background load on this, right? So basically, if you, I mean, it's a little bit, it's like Raspberry Pi 4 performance or so, which starts to be usable. But yeah, this interface is a little bit sus, but it's even complaining that the vector stage is touched. Like if we just echo our bash shell, that's a little bit just lucky that it works. It works because something like the shell, like so the mem copy apparently did already vector instructions. But there is not valid vector state right now to preserve, so it just works kinder implementation defined just work things of. I think, Andre, we should, I mean, yeah, we should leave Felix 86. So basically we spent way too much time on Felix 86. And now we have it broken from what was broken. Now it's there. We should stop wasting our time on Felix, Andre. We should get it in a state like now we have some additional packages. We should just let it build its external things and not install it. So the only system thing we should let it use is format, I guess. Not installed things, files not Patrick matching core things of how much more, but so I think we should simply not. How many of these patches should I need now? Only this, because it will not fully work if built with the system things. And welcome everyone, welcome Linux Power. But yeah, so like this, with this hack, it of course vastly improves here the usability. For example, you could even run, like, hear me out. You could for energy efficiency reasons run most of your desktop on the AI cores. Desktop AI cores. Could also call them desktop cores, and like run only your high performance stuff on, like you have your Xterm, your window maker, your KDE Plasma and things on the AI cores, and your high performance T2 build stuff on the other cores to at least get some more benefit of this cores right now. Also, I need coffee. This and this. So Citus, they did not, and I mean, it should be possible. So you say this one and this one? I mean, I can test this in a second. Window Maker, of course, is a nice combination, yes. The only thing is here anyone with, like Foxtrot? Matic is not here yet, right? Matic has not yet Feierabend. Because somehow the GNOME stuff doesn't come up. I type here some shit. Actually, you know what would be fun? Like we could instantly, okay, I mean, maybe also we could have run Window Maker. We forgot to change to the AI cores. By the way, do they check permissions? Actually, you cannot change your user or can. Oof. I wonder what permission checks they have on. Maybe you can't, as a user, not make your main details. I hate this. Where is this even coming from? Is this some systemd crap? Permission denied. I didn't. Oh no, everyone can. Does it mean you can, as it's right? Like, I don't want to do init. Wait a second. What is my tmux? Can you? Like if we 7 or 751, can we 7 another users? Oh, we can. Well done. Yeah, never trust Asian. Never trust non-10x engineer Linux kernel modifications. Change your init and root users task affinity to AI. This is a simple proc trick. I just checked, and if you got A, seems pretty good for gaming. Yeah, I'm just not gaming. I'm content creating. I'm lead T2 Linux content creation. Like I'm 10x engineer, but not gay by mostly not gaming for 25 years. And also I need a 19950 X3D2. So, AI thread, things, cores. So the problem that we have here, Foxtrot, Matic, Kuluk, who is here? We're missing Kuluk, right? Also Matic. Do you have Foxtrot? What T2 systems do you currently use? PowerPC, ARM, Raspberry Pi? Because does GTK stuff, like if you run an X session, does GTK stuff start for you? Because on this RISC-V system it doesn't. Did we know that? Was it a known issue? What does it do and why does it not work? Things. Oh, this is built with dmask not supported. I hate this feature. Secure dmask. No, thank you very much. Don't need secure dmask. Out of curiosity, what is that you are building right now? What precisely do you mean? In general, we are developing T2 Linux here. That is a full last Linux distribution to just support everything from DEC Alpha to Itanium. And what we do here is the latest unreleased prototype RISC-V SpaceMid K3 things for high performance and AI accelerated living. So that would be that one. We're a little bit multitasking between very many systems, and that would be this one here, SpaceMid K3 digital computer. Not really sure why they call this digital computer, but things. Is this running on the AI cores? And you're welcome. And if you need a good Linux, maybe don't never delay and give T2 Linux a try. Man, what is now? Coffee grinding dust in my throat. Okay, step by step, we should, what is it, instead of address, yada yada, something. Hey, now we have a TMAC server running on the AI cores. Yay, thanks to insecure permission things. You could argue, I mean, yeah, this API, nah, this is proof of concept API. No, that's it. What do we really need? By the way, that also means Emacs doesn't come up, does it? Because it's, oh, why? How does it come up? Is this another Emacs configuration pure GTK under X11? Whatever. Why does this come up but not GTK? That's bizarre. Is this not the same, or is it another? Or is it? What do we ship by default? Or maybe we ship both for XFCE, because what's Firefox also not? Firefox can come up. What happened now? No, we broke something? Oh, something not happy. How something not happy? Bug scheduling while atomic? Firefox? What? It bugged on scheduling while atomic. I think some minor things to be done here. Although it is possible that this is CPU frequency related, because with CPU frequency stuff enabled, some of this power delivery is glitchy. Like sometimes it really doesn't try to like to start things here. I mean, it's of course every power delivery dock and tap and power supply and things. It's like, I guess for the moment, I mean, yeah, maybe we shouldn't run on AI cores, but also maybe we shouldn't enable CPU frequency scaling. So I think I grinded enough for one coffee. Or it's a window maker thing. Maybe we should try to run things as... Oh, this comes up. Why does this come up? I mean, yeah, finally at least somewhat usable, right? I wonder... How's the YouTube performance? I mean, it's not even running graphic accelerated because... So this didn't continue to that thing, I guess. Watching my own ads. We don't have audio. Maybe it apparently plays without audio. It's not even hardware accelerated because currently no driver. Oops, so it was always the same, always one click. I mean, you can tell me what you want. I mean, this old X stuff is pretty usable and sexy too. No, this was a high performance course. On this, I mean, it will run on the AI course just like at half the performance. No audio and no 3D acceleration. The future is no. Well, the thing has audio and you can use 3D. Basically, it's a Power VR 3D future. I just didn't have audio because I HDMI capture this and stuff. And audio because no hardware. I don't have speaker plugged in and stuff. It doesn't replace them yet. If you think that China profit thinks it's stupid. Yeah, the whole LLM thing vastly overhyped. It's a huge AI startup money grab of, hey, give us all the money and stuff. Besides destroying the future of humanity and jobs and stuff. The problem is for this particular system, I'm sure you can always run AI tasks, but like if you outside of the concept of running AI tasks, there is just not an API really, really strange. Everything works but this strange things. There is just no, yeah, so using this conveniently, there is this, I mean, given that there is currently no other hardware like this, until there is more mainstream hardware like this, using this will always be manually filling with stuff. I just need to change some windows and things. Optimize temperatures and airflow here, natural convections, airflow and things. Welcome first time chatter. Okay. We did things, we tested things. Good, we tested kernel. Sometimes this stuff crashes. Actually, this Firefox was not even peak performance because maybe we should hear performance. And we could have that one here on demand. This also is an AI cluster. Because performance higher, like with get-util, whatever that was, with get-util the performance ain't. So it's probably on the performance course even slightly snappier. Plus we need hardware acceleration. But I have a lot of people say AI will take over. AI will take over everything except blue collar. It's like this AI, like also there is, like with this you can do nothing. Design, graphic, literature, translator. Yeah. Welcome to the brave new world. Everything will be initiatificated by AI wannabe things. Welcome everyone. Next there will be RVA23 still breaks everything. Who says it breaks everything? It doesn't break everything. It's whatever. See with the video playback. Breaks nothing. Also that there will be RVA26 doesn't mean you need to use, you can still run RVA23 features. All the strange, I don't know, do you have Intel and AMD shares or why do you hate that so much? So then, of course it's verse programming. AI is replacing programming, and I mean, everything is verse. I mean, if you wanted, like, unless we have humano, I mean, basically what else do you want to study? Like, literally, literature and languages and stuff, like AI takes all the, we actually should normalize of calling out that wannabe fake AI is not amazing. It's mostly a scam of hallucinating 50% useless bullshit. every normal worker working as shit as AI would long be fired. As much as some AI fans here don't like to hear that. The reality, and that's the thing, the tech bros would, the billions they spent on AI, they would not spend on humans doing that work that shitty. But it's AI, so we can waste billions on it. Like this AI took over everything in Office. You mean this sarcastic and it didn't take everything over yet? Or AI is a new tool in the tool belt? Yeah, the question is anyway how long. It could also be that this AI stuff goes pretty bankrupt pretty soon when they run out of money and realize people don't want to pay as much for AI as it really costs. Okay, so despite this, I mean, okay, we should actually stability test this more. Let's just build some stuff because I need to find out. So which kernel is it? By the way, did we hit? Okay, so in our kernel, oh no, this does come up now. Whatever, slowly, but yeah, there is something not really happy with something, but whatever. Need audio today. No, I mean every job AI. What do you mean a toy? We mean with what? We mean this AI is not yet good and mostly a toy. It's an expensive toy that does work, that pretends to work very shitty. AI is so bad, I fired the $20 a month ChatGPT OpenAI subscription because like it was literally not worth $20 for me of this hallucinating bullshit. And voting with my wallet, not making tech bros rich, destroying civilization and humankind and stuff. But if you want a more AI safe job, become gardener, electrician, plumber, all the other things. Logged in. I have it on my desk. I mean, if with logged in you mean having it on my desk, then yes. You're welcome. They sent me prototype number 16. I appreciate this with some nice botch wires, and I love botch wires. Have you managed to make GPU acceleration work? It works in this Ubuntu image. I mean, we could see if we would eventually work on this. VBB 99999. You want to learn CSS, JavaScript, and Python? Very bad. CSS, JavaScript, and Python were never good, and this is the first stuff taken over by AI. If you want, also like this is not real computer science. Like in my opinion, and most computer science people like CSS. This web shit is low quality web shit. Like this is like you wanna be a Formula 1 team mechanic and then like working on a ladder, right? Like this rusty Russian stuff there. It's like nah. What to learn then? Like reprogramming. Like web shit is not reprogramming. Like web shit is web shit. It's low quality engineering stuff. That's like saying you want to be a writer and then drawing comics or so, right? I mean, drawing comics amazing. It's just like it's not the same. Like it depends whether you want to draw comics or you want to be a writer. Python is worth it. Yeah, I mean Python a little bit maybe, but CSS and stuff is just like yeah. Also like this stuff. Also like Python. I would argue Python, we regular argue Python here, not a good language. So Efi wants symbols from both Lua and 5 verse tested only with Lua shit. Sorry to hear that. That's funny. So they want Lua JIT with 5.1 backward compatibility. Web shit is just documented presentations, secretionary work. It was not 20. What? It was not worth 20, but they still lose money and just things about things. Yeah, exactly. It was in verse 20, and I still prompt them 5 times a day to make sure that like when you sometimes people call me a vibe coder for like asking ChatGPT a question a day, but hear me out. By using my 5 or whatnot free prompts a day, I make sure that OpenAI, let's make tech bros losing money great again, okay? So we wanted to build, okay, let's test here this, let's try to, what could possibly go wrong? Let's mount this Ubuntu. So the GL stuff a little bit worked on. I mean, so theoretically, shall I subscribe? Like, by the way, so are you VBB was taken? Are you a RISC supporter somewhere? VBB things? Don't remember if you want me to make more stuff work. Python will help you learn Warp being a good... Python is not a good language and maybe not a good first language. Like Python is really, really cursed, you all. I don't know, you all. Actually, I would, at this rate, as much as I don't like Rust, I would kind of argue Rust is a better first language than Python, because have you seen Python? There is not one best to learn now. There are different opinions what's best to learn now. And I have the opinion that Python is not good, and I would kind of never learn it because, like, have you seen Python? The new king of programming language is Rust. I'm not the greatest fan either, but you could also learn C and stuff. But arguably C is not the most amazing language to learn now and stuff. So I'm realistic, I suppose. C or Rust. Yeah, I mean, I would argue C is not the greatest language to start learning right now. I mean, from all the AI stuff, like C is also a little bit on the way out. Web is exactly because every other ends up had because Android and do poly Rust sucks for all the things I'm doing. Yeah, good. Rust and Python, they all suck. Just like from all the sucking stuff, I like Rust more than Python. So good that we all agree to disagree, and everything sucks. Everyone agrees that everything sucks just differently. Like some things suck more, and except of course T2 Linux and the language we should eventually build. Let's try if we can make this by copying this. Not because you ask, but did you also already share, like, and subscribe and Patreon or something? What can you create with Rust? Everything. It's Turing complete. A website, a device driver, an operating system. I mean, yes, Python also Turing complete, but like arguably creating, like, with given that low-level stuff in Python is difficult, you can create more in Rust than Python. They are only the language people complain about, and those no one uses. They are only languages people complain about. Asking how to create more. Also, Lua is a nice language. Maybe actually, I would argue, and I'm dead serious. Like Lua is literally a better first language than Python. Because have you seen Python? Okay, NVMe things, N1P, and with Lua you can program game things. Which here is, oh here, Power VR Meter things. What happens if we copy all of this stuff to user lib? What more would we need? This probably does not yet work enough, does it? I mean, some people documented this. Maybe we should just follow other people's documentation. The question is, what does this use? LLVM pipe. Did we had that from? Did not someone who had that? Or was it actually, this was? Actually, I think it was some fixed documentation for. Actually, we also have, where would be the Vulkan? What do I already type arch? Maybe we additionally need, where would be the, should there not be some, maybe just loader? Interesting. Here, that probably, huh? Oh, space movement. This is probably copied wrong. Are they all drill? Where is all Zimlings? Okay, someone did here some really garbage imaging. What? Why did I software rust? I didn't want, I wanted. libgl API. Yeah, cobbling some stuff together for some. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the switcher. This does totally not work for my brain. It's crazy that it's that bad. Not sure. Yeah, I'm cobbling some binary things together. Fun, not. This does not yet work. OFBDev, did I do that? That's probably not, that probably can't work, right? Why did I do that? Did I intentionally do that for some testing reason? Or did, what happened here? Don't remember. Did we have that the other day? Ah, yeah, we had this not. I remember vaguely this was paused, adding, fbdev. Yeah, this is this future of XOC things. The superior, you know, what do I do now? Why is this here now a thing? Yeah, basically messing with this binary only stuff, waste of time. Interesting. The PVRDRI support. That's helpful. Thank you, Hyperlin. Starts to want to work. What name was it? User mode, huh? I mean, why? I mean, there could be market leader in embedded stuff. Instead, everyone hates them. I'm talking about imagination. GLS compiler. getting somewhere. Maybe it will work eventually. Maybe not. Core dumped. Yay. If hyperlink crashes, what does KDE do? Do they? After all, we are KDE René. What is wipe coding? Is that making something with this spec? Lua definitely minimal, not bloated like Python. Made myself a Spotify clone, wipe coded it and Rust with Tori. Okay, it's not fast. The question is, does anything here accelerate right now? The question is, what is that? Failed to get driver name. Failed to create. Couldn't get DRI device things. Is this still soft pipe after? Yeah, quickly copying some shit over. LVM soft pipe 4. Not, yeah, not impressed. Yeah, I should not have touched it. We should have tried to make the open source stuff work, I guess, next time. The state of GPU stuff is frustrating. Very few combinations actually do half decently work. But that's what it is. We have major... we have still some major things to do. OS Dev and Kernel have any recommendations about where you could... So, what did I want? Medium. Close to metal here. I had written about this. Did you test with Ubuntu? Yes, on Ubuntu this binary only stuff was working, which maybe I should... I didn't even really wanted to what did I get rid of? I didn't want emotes. How did I get into emote way here? Shit, how did this happen? Here. How did I open this emote? Hide emotes. Learned some new button. Wonderful. The thing is, long term, we don't even want to use this driver. The question is, how much work would it be to get the open source stuff working? Didn't this Michael say? Okay, so right now it's. Oh, yeah, this stupid stuff. So it's only Foronic thought that's a good idea. Yeah, that's also meh. We need to stability test this more. Does Node.js even have RISC-V support? We need to build here some stuff to test stability. Oh, 4 hours, cool. The question is actually how accurate is. We probably should put some efforts into making this as accurate as possible. How many are we even? Okay, we are approaching 9,000 followers. Okay, let's just run it. I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's a performance. Yes. Nobody said it's a workstation. So that's the X1E. Where's this Michael? Do I have this here still? I really don't like this chooser, man. Oh, we actually need to quit this. I think that's wasting enormous resources. We need performance to build. Yes, I know JavaScript loaded. Why does this not exit? Need performance, man. Gosh, it's still something restarting. Now it's away. Because we need all the performance we could possibly need here. If we're not using O here. Maybe not RISC-V support. Vector. High RVV. Interesting. Why does it build high? It builds high. Interesting. Did we yesterday commit the ARM fix? Where did we did this in another which was it? This was OpenCV. Yes. Just give me mouse. Just in my opinion, slightly nicer sorted, totally superfluous, but it's Arch, right? What do we have for RISC-V? Arch, either MABI. What was MArch? Yes, MArch. Yes, MArch. That's what I did, right? Made out of date RSS. That probably does WMC style. What? Oh, I was waiting here on input. Oops. Was even nicely running to me. What? Needs late your me. This is, by the way, the keyboard. Finished things enlightenment Lua issue was due to your mistake. Cool. Is that with what, Lua 5.2 custom packaged or something? Still catching up with the stream, but cool to finally see that patch that adds the ZAI thread. Do you work on this? Do you have the silicon? Are you in RISC-V things? I lose over. You're on our Discord, aren't you? Do you have? Are you? I think you might. Are you the one who worked on vector things, right? Vectorization things, and wait, come on. By the way, if you want to benchmark all cores together, Bruce got that working with running CC. I mean, I would patch that away, honestly. We could simply patch that. We could patch the CPU affinity to simply allow all tasks with maybe some special care of we shouldn't break KVM and interrupt. I don't know what they do with interrupt. I saw this in IRQ there. Certainly the AI cores don't have Oh wait, all this to see. I mean, yeah, we cannot use vectorization then. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. But we could use an RVA22 userland and patch this AI stuff away for normal users, but yeah. But certainly this CC is quite some overhead, right? So that's not particularly, I mean, that's not the same benchmark. Using a lot of performance in this CC, so I'm multitasking as usual. I'm just doing some other random update things for maintaining our T2 distribution. The fans that you hear are all the ARM64 and RISC-V64 fans. Okay, Node.js tries. Actually, I should not do it like this. I could. I mean, yeah, for those things like Node.js. I mean, this is AI and this is X100 and A100. That's so unfortunate for people who want general purpose computing. I think it would be best to, I mean, in the long term. So this is of course pretty much a hack. I think it would be the best long term to implement some big little kind of scheduling of like auto scheduling that. And then at least schedule them in the big and little group. And at least, yeah. And then if you wanted to run AI stuff, you would manually set the affinity for that thread stuff. It's like, yeah. It's not ideal. So what did this fail here in? Oh, this failed the same. Do they not? I'm not too sure why is this actually? Do we not rebuild with? Okay, so this totally didn't. Okay, we have GIMP and Inkscape, I believe. I didn't build Inkscape yet. I thought I built this last night. Did I not? Okay, let's maximize the testing. We need to stability test this thing a little bit. Graphics Magic G-Spell. Just do some stuff here. So I mostly do that here for, wait, is Inkscape, is that by the way a hard dependency? Oh no, I had chosen that. I mean, yeah, let's build some random things here. 45 minutes. Holy shit. This here is a little bit not sure about this. Is this still a thing? I mean, it still used Meson after all. Was it 2? Did Ninja. It's of course a little bit wasteful to CMake and the Ninja. The question is, I mean, then we could also, I guess that here. Yeah, I mean, especially with this extremely powerful builds. Dependency hell, this yes, no thing. I mean, that's just upstream, right? It's basically more interactive dependency features, just Gen 2. Basically, you, if you don't care, like, know everything, or I don't know. I mean, it's, yeah. It is what it is. I didn't make upstream. Yeah, so to benchmark all cores together, I think the real thing would be to use an RVA22 userland without vector extension and change all those things to CPU mask all. I wonder in general if, yeah, I mean, the thing is this cheap SoC vendors, they just like, so Intel and AMD would mostly not do it like that. This cheap SoC vendors, they just YOLO some shit together and hope something works. Because, like, how to even support this the best? Because like this, it's not ideal. And like with this excessive builds here, this is like now leaving all the AI cores unused. Although we could like, yeah. How do you schedule stuff with cron? What? Weird question. What? Fern? No one. I was wondering what you use. What do you mean with fern? You mean for like your hairs? I use none. If you mean that. It would be really cool to load these AI things now. This would speed up the build by 50% or so. Build Linux kernel things, def config things. A2, 30 minutes, 16 minutes, AA thing to CC14. Yeah, this CC not amazing. I guess I would expect, so without the CC overhead, I would expect that, let me think, 40, so 50% of, wait, 50? What is it even? Def configure, def building Linux kernel, def config. But is it only the kernel without modules? Mind you, cores are slow in order cores with larger vector. While I'm totally, I benchmarked building this stuff, so I would expect it. So how much is it even 30 per, like if they work together? It should probably, like with this, without the CC overhead. What did you say? 16. So much is like maybe, yeah, 10 to 12 minutes somewhere. Like let's say 11 minutes. There's certainly quite some CC overhead thing going on there. Okay, check. Did we? Okay, this did something. I mean, yeah, let's try that here. could. Let's make this an explicit comment. Warten Sie mal auf was? Which? Warten. Was? Thing. What? So this build. That's a year newer, nearly. This was manually messed with, I believe, because the order changes there or not. Potentially, maybe something. Oh, this auto reconfigure is thus. And first of all, do we need this? Oh, yes. Doctor, I like the 3D sound of the board fan. Sounds just like it was coming from your laptop. Right? Oh, also focus. Oh, this still doesn't. Auto gen really a lot. Auto gen. More is only. Stereoscopic surround sound only live here on this channel. Oh, here, look at this. Much cleaner. Ship it. I mean, let's really cache that. I wonder if it's possible inside a C program to choose the core to run a certain function. Very theoretically you could, but the API currently sucks. So you could, I mean, certainly for maybe threads. I mean, so right now the API sucks. Right now it's writing a proc file that certainly doesn't scale, also racy and slow. You could more like threads that probably should work, I guess, probably maybe, unless they implement it so that it only works for the whole program. But so you could have background threads of AI threads that certainly, I mean, the whole thing ain't totally amazing, but few things are, right? Yeah, we wasted as usually. I mean, the good thing is we didn't spend that much time on Mesa, but now we have here a little bit messed up system. We should have immediately went to try to get open source stuff work. But I guess that is for another day, like open source Power VR. Okay, let's do the here we can log out. Problem, don't want anybody to accidentally run on the because you can't. And now your browser is something 3 times slower. I mean, it could have been some big little endianness. I mean, I wonder, can you Is it possible to convert the vector state? Like if you are interrupted? Not really, huh? Or can you? Is it possible to transform the saved vector state from one vector length to the other? But yeah, it's not ideal, the whole. At least the AI thing is, I mean, will this ever be upstream? Will the Linux kernel? I mean, there might be lengthy discussion of like implemented like this, implemented like this, like no, it's too complex. It's like no, we don't want to have it. I mean, unless, yeah, it's as usual. It starts already not ideal. It's, let's see. And a new Patreon, that is amazing. Appreciate this so much. Every dollar counts here. If some 1,000 or 10,000 people would do this. Yeah, I'm working to get a framework shell. The problem is, as I don't have a framework 13 shell to make this look nice for a YouTube video, ordering that is even not swift. Like if I now order a framework shell, unless I buy a whole thing, that's the thing, like just waiting 2 more weeks to even make a YouTube video, or like maybe I should. Yeah, the clever thing would be to make 2 YouTube videos, one as much as I can make one now. A program is allowed to read and store the native vector links arbitrarily and it stays constant unless you redefine the programs. Read and store it. Okay. But if we ignore that, but can probably. I guess mistakes were made as usual. Okay. Anyway. Probably want to see more. The problem is now I messed up the system a bit. I wonder how much. Oh, we started building Inkscape. Holy shit. I wonder how much the vector, like if we run RVA. I mean, by the way, you could at least, I mean, which also doesn't, like, you could at least schedule, like, you could at least big little auto scheduling like ARM, as long as programs don't use vector extension, which is, yeah, it's of course the argument like RVA23 binaries will use vector extension, so the point is a little bit moot, but that's of course, yeah, it makes no sense implementing this because everyone's RVA23 binaries will use it. That's of course the beauty of T2. We can just build and use whatever we want. So build RISC-V. I think we have. I should have the identical build with RVA. This should be RVA22. This here is, or maybe even generic. Actually, maybe that's nothing. Maybe that's actually generic. Actually, I had an RVA22 build once. Did I delete that? Oh, there it is. But is this a full build? Okay, let's see how full the build is. I don't remember. But I think we installed it on some macros or stuff, probably. Would hope it's a full build. Yes, one extra slash. Oh no, not one extra slash. Oh, that's somehow totally not full. Maybe I deleted that shit. Okay, totally generic it is. Nah. Pro tip, don't delete builds, you might use another. Should be this one, this should be a full build. Maybe even delete. To delete partially differently copied files now. The server spec says all hards need to support identical, so such configuration wouldn't be allowed. Oh, interesting. Yeah, details, such details. By the way, as you are a RISC-V expert too, how do you like RISC-V? Because some people here hate RISC-V with a passion. Like, how's your hate and love relationship with RISC-V on the spectrum from amazing to meh? Need another Ethernet adapter. I mean, some things here will be annoying to debug, like sometimes stuff crashing potentially with CPU frequency scaling. It's a hard question, LOL. So you also not 100% happy, it sounds. That sounds you love it and hate it too. Do you store the compile time with cross and native separately? No. Why? What do you mean that compile time should not be really? Why do you ask? So and Moin and hello, welcome everyone. So no, we can't. We store, first of all, cross and native should be mostly identical. We store relative to bin utils anyway, so that if you're, of course it's not always identical, but like, so basically that negates RISC versus CISC versus different. So it's mostly, of course, ARM and x86 code gen completely different in terms of complexity, registers, instructions and stuff. But given we store percentage, like similar to Linux from scratch, percentage relative to bin utils, that mostly cancels out. Happy to see it that you personally like the spec. It reads nicely. Happy to hear. Now we only need to get nice silicon, right? We could modify the this procfs interface, and if we write greater 1, we enable all. Then we would not hopefully not break the kernel. I mean, I don't know what other scheduling things, because this binaries should not run vector extensions. Should and should. I mean, unless some stuff optionally dynamically runtime selects it, but okay, let's, oh, that build is failed somehow with, I mean, maybe that's a generic breakage that is possible. That might just be latest Poplar already breaking shit again. Patch welcome. How about we custom modify, if you write greater than 2, then it enables all. What's team creative thinking? Nah. What was this stupid? Doesn't matter, just give me some name server. RVC, you mean compressed? Why do you call, if you mean RVC as compressed, why do you find compressed questionable? I like compressed. Bit manipulation is cool, but the original draft was way better. I'm hoping Bitmanip, you mean Claire's, Wolf's original draft? The thing we do is system, like full stack operating system programming in the context of our T2 Linux. And welcome. Hope you enjoy. Share, like, subscribe. Why are fonts such a mess? It's not really a mess for me. Not sure what you mean. Maybe you use the wrong Linux. Works for me since 1998. It's only because it's a fresh thing, right? Fresh this road. All I need is that today. What's going on? Just our T2 Linux development and RISC-V. Why this is which display is it even? Okay, that's checking out. Okay, let's see let's test what we break. If we, which file was it even? Why did this not complete? Shit, I logged out or stuff, huh? Damn it. Did I really... Which did I even build this? Are here? Oh, maybe I did this here. This here probably, proc things. Okay, this actually... Okay, we don't have minus because it's only writing... So it's enabling AI. Okay, that's my minus one idea, doesn't work here. However, for testing, we can just set it to all. I think that should hopefully probably work, right? Actually, I've heard too many critical complaining for very wide out of order cores, so I'm on the fence. I find this complaint strange. I heard it from some people, but like, this is not different than ARM thumb, and basically my opinion. And x86 has super wide decoders with totally variable length things. You cannot tell me that this few things, like this is complaining on such a strange level. This is absolutely strange to me. Like, so I've seen that, I've heard it, but it doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah. Can we simply non-AI CPU mask and AI enable one AI core if none is enabled? Okay, I guess we can leave that like that, right? Read log target task and take a ref. Allowed PTR. Vector has to be sorry. All right, actually, this blue sucks. Actually, the mask is not directly here. Maybe we cannot modify it that easily after all. To task struct. Oh wait, here it says that, right? Set CPUs allowed PTRs. No. Oh shit, is it not here? I thought this was it. That it should be in scat core. Where was I? What was this H? Check if this is per CPU set, keep its binding. Map AI to regular. Map AI to what does this do? Subset load mask. AI CPU. As this is just random kernel development, Linux kernel development things. Try to init hybrid thing CPU mask. Set CPU mask, so where is this code run from? Mask and other, right, how to say? Coverage scheduler. Void or CPU mask destination source 1 destination pointer. Where was this? In here, get CPU. Where was it even? Oh, this was not good. This was set. This was the callback from the scheduler. Here, if type set default if AI. Oh, what could possibly go wrong? Let's boot this soon and see if we get all CPUs and all in one. Let's first make a test here with this here. We could have long run this in parallel. So that's a fully generic, not any modern RISC-V extension build. What performance difference would that be? So that should only be different in the kernel, and it is Unless, did I change anything else? Maybe, I mean, I changed some random things like dmask, but that's not affecting modules. It's free bootloader mem, section mismatch referencing with memblock free. Things. Copy. Here, there, right? Let's boot this modified thing and see if we can unlock all. Like, don't try this at home. Oh, that's crazy. This non-vectorizing build, I mean, at least it builds faster. Like, holy shit, didn't expect that. It's not even... Oh, no, we probably... Comparing apples and oranges. I wonder now how RAI cores compared to PV or GPU compute units. Well, the PowerVR GPU things do GPU things, right? It's if you do GPU load stuff, they will be 1,000 times or so orders of magnitudes faster for their specialized things. Yeah, look at this compile, like, but this is, yeah, that's compiling apples and oranges. For this RVA23, it's doing much more instruction selection and stuff. Didn't also quite expect that. Let's rsync this boot stuff here. That probably should only... Yeah. Let's reboot and see if our modified kernel unlocks all at once without safety belts. So unfortunately we don't see here much. Okay, here we see the serial at least. We don't see boot stuff until... So I did see the EFI. It's probably the specific USB, like every USB-C dock here behaving differently in things. One Mississippi, two Mississippis. Nah, I had this before I modified this. Where did I think that here? What? Wait, why is my tmux not? Ah, because I don't have def PTS. Also, there should be an error message. Actually, there is no diagnostic in tmux if it cannot pseudo TTY things. Really, what you really have to cross compile to get a comparable result of what do you mean? Did I okay, let's the problem is oh wait, did I tmux? No. I don't have btop here. By the way, what does nproc this already not, should this say 16 if that would have worked? Let's pre-build that. I mean, I built on the same board. I was just not expecting. The only difference is the one test build was building for RVA23 and that is building for RVA. So it's building on the same. I'm actually comparing on the same build. I was just shocked that GCC for RVA23 is that much slower, apparently, which is crazy. Now the problem is I don't really. Oh no, oh look at this. But okay, that's not all, huh? Maybe my quick hack patch did not work because that's obviously not outstanding performance. Pity. Ooh, why did this not just work? I OR here, so all, I clear that, I OR regular CPU mask OR. That should do what I think it should does, right? I expected compute score to be comparable when sports metrics. So I set CPU mask, all CPU mask, but that apparently did not yet really work, huh? Why would this not work? Set AI thread. Oh wait, here we end. Oh wait. Online AI. Set AI thread. Wait, did I do something wrong? Here's a online AI. What did I do here? Did I even do that here? Set AI thread. CPU mask and enable one AI. Oh wait, this is only check online. The real thing was here. Oh wait, here's, wait, what? I overlooked this one here. Try again. I want to see all CPUs use. I want my stuff more unstable. only substitute for fast is faster. They do this in the kernel because is this AI CPU insane code? No, this is not upstream. This is only available to a limited selected VIP circle live viewer on this channel. The thing, Dr. Schubert, is like, so by default, like they don't do this because they want to have it just work. Also, I mean, yeah, you could. The thing is, it's not even that easy to just do in user space, right? Without having people. Basically, they do this in kernel space so that people do not shoot themselves completely into their feet, right? I think. Need to be careful now. I run with all theoretically. Okay, let's see if it crashes or works or whatever. Alright, this anyway didn't. Okay, let's reboot with potentially maybe. Let's see what that does. Yeah, that is also why it's totally agree, Dr. Schubert. Actually, I said this a couple of times already. Totally agree. That's questionable upstreamable. But that's what most people don't understand. That most vendor, like most small cheap board stuff, is so full with this stuff. Although does it not boot maybe? Famous last words of trying to make all CPU things. Oh, I think this is stopped scheduling. Maybe due to my patch. So the vendors just quickly wanted that safely to somewhat work for testing. And it's basically up to other people to maybe ever got this. So yeah, probably we broke that entirely. How did we break that entirely? Yeah, sometimes it's better not to touch this stuff. Actually, this time it boots a little bit more. Maybe this was a random fluke that it didn't do more. Should this? Oh, hey, 60. So what will we get? I hope this binaries really don't use vector, unless the GCC. I mean, it's RV23. I mean, this stuff could still crash if does glibc have feature detection, and automatically because the programs otherwise don't use vector. Let's see if it randomly breaks or not. Yeah, totally experimentally quick hack. I mean, quick hack half an hour later. Is YouTube kicking Abos automatically again? I wondered why I did not get stream notifications. Bore things, no years. No one. I didn't live stream here, and welcome Roland. Bauer. I did not live stream much on YouTube. So that's I only recently but best check if you're subscribed here. I thought like maybe it's better to only randomly live on Twitch, but then I realized. So yeah, this might be faster, but this is not yet the full story. Wait a second, we are not running. And we're not running with. Oh, wait, I don't. So we need on demand was better. I mean, maybe the question is it fully stable? Because so the thing is, even without this hack, nice to see you again. Yes, totally. So I thought like, as I don't really have time, I'm overworking myself to obviously hear stuff. Doing too much open source here for Shellax and subscribe and Patreon and all the other good stuff. Patreon, PayPal, and go buy me coffee. I thought recently like I should maximize my exposure and do a live stream here. Better than nothing, and because not everyone doesn't even know that Twitch exists and stuff. And of course, don't forget to Don't forget to. So this was not yet peak performance because this kernel doesn't on demand by default. I posted this right, and welcome back everyone. Wait, bro, why did this error? Why my link doesn't reliably post? That is ridiculous. How does? Wait, what? Why does this link sometimes not post? That is, I can't make this up. Welcome everyone. So with full, like, let's try that again. So the build time, so this is an RV, as this is a fully generic, where only the glibc could potentially have auto selection for vectorization for memset and stuff, which I hope it doesn't. Maybe we should test that. The problem is, of course, with the short lure, if some 27. Yeah, that's exactly the problem why they don't enable that by default. So that's faster, but not peak performance faster. Because just the performance course, it's 18, or actually it was 15. How long did, okay, yeah, let's B-top, and actually we could even in parallel so does it schedule on all? Yes, it does schedule on all apparently. But as here OJ. Now this is GC, so that build is a art. So we built everything, but the two things we're running today is RVA23, and this is just RV64 GC without B. Yeah, that's running on all. So of course this is at least a speed up. Oops. I pressed here. Oops. Oh, darn. Oh, man. Wait, where's my here? Wait, did I run? Oh, I did run 2. That explains the thing. Does it even? Hey, no, it says 16. Hey. So what's going on? Did the space mid people write some custom kernel model automatically for the better scheduling by default, or ASMP stuff? For the, what do you mean what does ASMP stuff? The SpaceMid people have a hot hack in their custom kernel to disable. So The K3 has the high performance and the more AI core with different, with not hypervisor extension and at least different vector length. Asymmetric asymmetric. So yeah, they just set the CPU mask. They don't do much. They have there some AI thread type, and they just set the CPU mask for. It's a little bit hacky solution of making this somewhat work. So basically, by default, you only get the high performance cores for the performance, and I modified this. And you, by default, you only get the performance cores, and you could custom run on AI cores in a little bit hacky way. Isn't there RVA23 mainboard for? Yes, you mean this one here? Then yes, that is the RV. You're welcome. We are working on it. You're literally watching it. I just didn't want to really put it into the title now. We basically need to make a proper video on the more main channel here. So that's BTOP on all cores probably. It's a little bit comparing apples and oranges now, because we just learned that GCC is significantly this would of course work better if the Linux kernel would have some mean of big little preferring to scheduling on the performance cores, which currently doesn't, so you get random performance. So the affinity of processes by default, the affinity of processes is by default, yes, it is. Yeah, so the vector length, the different lengths. I mean, first of all, the AI cores are more in order and stuff and lower frequency. They also have a wider vector extension, 128-bit, right? And other add-on custom NPU things. So what else do we, information overload here of things. By the way, was this okay? This was on the highest performance, right? I mean, I hope I didn't make you any typos with having CPU frequency scaling on higher levels. So BTOP previously was on performance 225. Okay, turns out scheduling on all cores ain't really much faster if often you get slow cores apparently. That's a crazy result. Unless we try that again. By setting this to performance, because this frequency scaling. Power performances. Yeah. Now we have BTOP, right? Now we can waste CPU cycles on BTOP. So where do we get scheduled? Yeah, that is also that's also crazy. The problem is the Linux kernel. I don't even know how they. But hey, we get all cores randomly, obviously. 23. Okay, that's that's faster. Okay, let's run with performance. On demand sucks. I mean, certainly for benchmarking. Yeah, nothing worse than benchmarking. So what did I just say? 23. I mean, Lua is not the best package because it doesn't compile much. 23. So all the numbers are little always apples and oranges because some were with on demand and but hey, it's faster than right, I can't copy and paste this. It's okay, I can also copy and paste the real thing. It's faster than only on AI cores. So this is just proof of concept, right? I just wanted to see what could it do. What could it do? Potentially peak, but yeah. Yeah, look at that. I mean, I wonder. I mean, okay, you say someone else stress tested this already. RVA benchmark things the pages will search for. Then join the don't delay. Join the T2 Discord today. Yeah, so that is why this peak performance, what is it, linking, LTO linking? Yeah, this is why if the Linux kernel would be modified, I mean, it has some ARM big endian, right? If the Linux kernel would be further modified, but the thing is, yeah, to prefer big over little things, if available, then this would look even better. Like this, it's bottlenecked on this now, which it's probably linking as long as it runs. Yeah, this of course sucks if the final linking runs forever on the AI cores, then meh, obviously do. It was neofetch, and neofetch doesn't do much, right? Neofetch is mostly it's running shell script of T2 and stuff and extracting and stuff, but yeah. But that's influencing this very little. It was neofetch is just it's not compiling anything. It's after a lot of shell code processing, it's copying one shell script. So it's probably more like randomly. The difference of randomly running on this course is probably longer. Yeah. So basically, that's basically lesson learned. If you similar to AMD Epic, if you embarrassingly parallel build and then link on low performance things forever, then it runs forever. And now we link on even. Yeah, it is what it is. Would need further. Or look at this. Now it's even slower because it did only run mostly on that. So yeah, we could run this for science. Yeah, would need more further modifications. So, I mean, yeah, the company did not say they implemented the most amazing. The company only said we have proof of concept Linux patch enablement stuff, right? The question is it worth to make this? The question is, I mean, the proc interface cannot stay like this. I mean, not only is it not secure, it's also racy and in general not good design. It's certainly quick test tech. And welcome, Jeff. Hello, world. How are you doing? Hope you're doing fine. Which Jeff are you? Are you a RISC-V Jeff or YouTube Jeff? And welcome. A few many Jeffs. And yeah, so similar to that, it's certainly also for me a good silicon test because that's prototype board 16 or so, at least that has serial number 16 with some botch wires. And shout out again, highly appreciate that we got this, but it's also for me a data point of how stable is this stuff. Because it's literally today. I mean, how long do I have it? I have this board like for what now? For not even a week? Whenever I got this board. I think I don't have this board even a week. And I was today days old to run, the first time run this on AI course, so A100. Yeah, actually, people familiar to the meta actually messaged me, write a blog. I don't even have a blog. Like, it's like, write a blog. It's like, you first would need to do. At least so far the course appears to be otherwise mostly stable, except if CPU frequency scaling. Okay, that's unfortunately purling here, of course. I mean, the purling is also worst case because there are some things in Perl that run really long. Like Perl is also very, oh yeah, the bloody configure shit is also meh. Configure testing mostly on, I mean, hey, at least it tests some stuff of round robin. Yeah. Anyway, just got GL acceleration Enlightenment working on my Titanium. It's fast. Cool. I appreciate that. Did you commit the Lure things? And that is what I mean. Don't start another fork for Titanium. Just contribute everything to Linux. And then RISC-V is amazing, and Deck Alpha is amazing, and PowerPC is amazing. Extend one of the existing SCAD-X schedulers. The paper is benchmarking this paper about the micro. If they took care and make it possible for the current properly trap or in. It's not about software fallback, it is about incompatible vectorization lengths, and you would need to save. I would need to read the standard if it's even possible to. You would need to translate the saved vector state to another vector length, but then also, OJ reminded me, I forgot, maybe I read. Like if a program would save permanently, which we could argue, maybe we could swipe away, like argue way of like, don't do that. If the I2 love D2, it's so stable. What do you run this on? I'm happy to hear that. So stable is the hardware, right? Hey, we started building Perl. Yeah, good that we stability test this for them. And that's of course for vendors, right? If you see this, like, don't delay, send us some hardware samples today, because we stress test the heck out of, like, we make sure to run the hardware how you did not intend it to run it, in the name of science. Yeah, by the way, Dr. Schubert, with this fast enlightenment, right? That's what I meant when I made this video. Like, KDE3 was 20 years so bloody fast, even on a transmitter efficiency incline, right? The modern people on Phoronix, X, delete, only Wayland is amazing and stuff. And in reality is like X, everything worked in X, and yes, security. Nah. But like, have you seen how amazing X has been in things? Do you have a high power bill? Why is this TDP? I mean, considering the free desktop foundation spent $70,000 1 year on cloud stuff, like my exact code office headquarter bill is less than that. So, I mean, considering for what we do, my power bill is low, but don't delay, share, like, subscribe, and things. Also, like, these things here are only 15 watt, right? What's the best way to start with bare metal? I had summarized some things here. So stuff like just basically too long didn't read yet. Just look at things you like that don't work. Linux kernel, BSD kernel things. Also, best don't delay, join this Discord, right? We have $1 donation link to join Discord. Better join before we need to inflation adjust it. Wow, we have hash cat. We have a lot of cats. Yeah, no, we embarrassingly long. Yeah, that's certainly similar to, yeah, what you said. What OJ said, you accidentally run on the slowest core, which, I mean, the Linux kernel, I mean, it has some ARM big little, right? I mean, hear me out. If we set up big little preferred scheduling, this would significantly be better. Without that, it's not amazing. Yeah. Okay, while this is whatever purling, do we have other things to do? I mean, they can shout any small pointless NTFS change, but not T2 Linux. What should I say? Basically, also, like, this is nothing news, right? Like, basically, we will wait and see. Like, we wait and see and do whatever Red Hat does. Yeah, wonderful breaking news. Perl is purling on another AI core. I mean, it's ironic, yeah. I'm not liking the 10,000 Linux config things. Have you tried running Xlibra? No, it's pointless. The author is randomly changing for the sake of randomly changing. I did not like his changes before he did Xlibra. Also, we have Xorg patched and improved in ways nobody else does. It would be a massive downgrade of our years of making old stuff work. And his work is mostly making random changes for the sake of making random changes and making merging even more difficult. I don't need a code base that has function arguments changed even more and indentation and syntax. It's pointless. Why do you... So many people are so easily blinded of like, hey, look, we made a lot of random cleanups. It's like, yeah. And the important stuff still is deleted and doesn't work. It's, yeah. If Firefox would run on bare frame buffer DRM, I would quit the GUI desktop things, run so that nothing more needed. That's an interesting thought. By the way, which Linux distribution do you run, and why is it T2 Linux? That's T2 Linux has even scrollback patched. I like the evening sun, by the way. I look best in the evening sun. Look at this, some sun play off like here. Things, enjoying the sun and RISC and stuff. Yeah, I might waste my time with random things here, with random point like holy. Yeah, 10,000 config options, and hey, now it's running on a performance core for a brief moment. Yay. 10,000 config options, and the default scheduler does not do big little things, which, sure, they didn't wire it up. I use Arch, by the way, just kidding. I use Manjaro and unstable mirrors. Sounds like you were, wait, what? Yocto on my desktop? Are you serious that you run Yocto on your desktop? Because, like, that seriously sounds like you want to switch to T2 Linux. Okay, Perl built like forever. That's unfortunate. So yeah, only usable with big little scheduler. I guess we conclude another successful live stream soon. We urgently need to get better in doing less and marketing more. Do you like systemd, or are you perfect on your what? Or you perfect prefer? I didn't like systemd much. Now we switched to it for the AAA desktop. I still think it's too overkill and not well implemented, but after spending all of December making it, or like after spending half of December making it fully work on T2 AAA polished desktop things, I hate it differently. With gold, not rust iron, yeah. Yeah, this without gold, that's their upstream thing. That's just how they did it. Hey, look at this. Oh, you don't even. Oh, yeah, mostly see that. Oh, it's getting more expensive using expensive. It's getting hotter using all cores. Yeah, it's of course we shouldn't use it like this. Except for in the name of science for one testing here. Hey, no, we link on or whatever on. Yeah, we could theoretically maybe misuse some preferred. I mean, the thing is in Linux kernel with the CAPS, although I wrote a new USB, I wiped together a new USB driver live on YouTube in 3 hours. Even I feel like quickly making it's in Linux kernel somehow it's usually not quickly making something and then like 8 hours later. We first need to ship this stuff more stable and make the PowerVR GPU work. It's pointless to work on stuff that's... I'm still surprised it's still building. How long did this previously build? I think it built, so the build time estimate is a little bit off, of course. I probably had more like 4 minutes. What is that one here? Is this like bin utils? What is it even? Probably build issue things with... Which is this? Which package is this? Bin utils? Need to fix this if it's bin utils. Finish building bin utils in 4 minutes and 4 seconds. What was previously our best? So yeah, to no surprise, it's twice as fast as pure AI cores. But what was our performance core time? Yeah, given it runs too long, it's slightly slower than on purely performance cores. What the RISC-V cores anyway need is better single core performance. Change things to what? Okay, I joined the Discord. Cheers, that is amazing. Happy to hear that. And linger less in BTOP. Welcome. Yeah, now we waste CPU cycles on BTOP. That is so true. What is BTOP even? 0 CPU percentage of not wasting that much. Yeah, it could be way better if we had big little scheduling. Maybe one day. First, we need to make everything else to work. Will you close source it? Please don't. What? Here's the cursed idea. Why through task set things? Configure. Nah. I appreciate your hack. So 228. I'd rather patch this to preferred core scheduling. So yeah, way faster than AI alone. Oh, way faster? No, only a little bit faster. The 228. What did I say? I also pasted this wrong. Oh no, actually, yeah, way faster, of course, whatever I looked there. We had 404. Yeah, no surprise, performance cores, meh. AI cores, meh. What did we have here? Bash in 2. Yeah, often mixed, meh. Yeah. So basically, the AI cores should only be used if nothing else is free. So, meh. Thank you for staying here. Didn't know it was destructive changes. Brian Sings hasn't talked about it like that. Brian Landluke. I mean, I wouldn't call it destructive. I would call it. It's not. I mean, certainly with, as you've seen, if you randomly change stuff, you randomly break stuff. But he's not. They're not doing something substantial. Mostly that I've seen. Substantial would be fixing old GPUs. I had before that already patched a dozen GPU drivers, old GPU drivers to not segmentation fault. Substantial would be for me bringing back XAA acceleration. We brought it back. And so his random cleanup, that's nothing burger of changing white spaces and other function argument whatnot stuff, or that's basically irrelevant. And that makes merging harder, like restoring, like reverting, like it's, yeah. That's basically a general pro tip. You need to stop falling for people who pretend to be busy of pseudo wannabe cleanup things that, yeah. But that's what people join and watch here and get second, fourth information things. Where can I find this Discord server? That is hidden behind a paywall of $1 donation here, because we really need some resources to run our daily T2 Linux development things here. So everything is for free except like more one-to-one. Also, this didn't post here for some reason or whatnot. Apparently, not really sure what's going on here with this link posting. Will you ever get into Windows kernel programming, like writing drivers, kernel level components? No, why should I? I don't touch. Why should I touch Windows? We have T2 Linux. So that's it for today. I have to run. Amazing that we got so much done. Also, if the YouTube people want to follow on Twitch for some reason, we are close to 9,000 followers there. Can also, should I subscribe there? Oh wait, did I post this wrong? Maybe I posted this wrong. I think I posted this wrong for some reason. Or did I? Oh no, I posted this correct. How to be me, read books, study things, learn, study, do, debug, rinse and repeat. Amazing. We tested some more stuff that I didn't even know I wanted to test. And next we need urgently bootable image to publish. And yeah, I guess first we should do bootable image to publish, and then that makes more sense because, yeah, and then Power VR graphic. That's it for the entertainment today. I hope you enjoyed to learn something. I learned a lot. I found out a lot. As usual, would be amazing if you subscribe, support us a little bit through all the means, because full-time working on this expensive and time-consuming. Don't delay, try T2 on any of your hardware today. And hope to see you soon for the next fun stuff to come. And just switch outro.
Code in the blood, it's lines in the vein, no proprietary cage, just breaking the chains.